and see if we can get an answer to this question. What usually has cream in its New England version and tomatoes in its Manhattan version? We got Vince. Vincent is checking in with us here, I believe.
Vincent.
There he is. Hey, yo, Vince, how you doing, man?
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Vince. And we can literally see you. All right, what usually is cream in its New England version and tomatoes in the Manhattan version, please?
Clam chowder.
You got it, sir. Absolutely correct, Vincent. Hang on. We're going to get your info. By the way, I think that's my favorite. Name clip that we have,
really?
Casey.
Oh, wow.
Well, because of the reverb, the effect, the kind of chorusing.
Vincent.
That
It is cool.
in that. So hang on the line, Vince. We are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for Driven to Serve Muscle Car Jeep and Truck Show at Maple Grove Raceway, Saturday, April 26th. Over 1,000 modded vehicles, jet cars, monster truck car. There's a monster truck car crush. Track racing, raffles, and more, and it's all for a good cause benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. Tickets start at just $10, and you can learn more at driventoserveshow.com.
My favorite, by the way, would be Eric.
Oh, dude, I love that one.
Eric. All right. Yo.
No, nothing.
Okay. So Megan Fox is in a good place following the birth of her new child. Of course, she shares with ex-Machine Gun Kelly. He had confirmed last month they had welcomed the new kid, and a source for Us Weekly says Megan, who has 3 other children, is killing it as a mom once again.
Killing it!
And they said Megan has really leaned into motherhood again, and they added she loved when her kids were little and has missed that phase, and she feels renewed and refreshed.
Freaking superstar.
The source for Us Weekly, is the source Charlie Sheen?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
The source for Us Weekly says
Killing it.
that her friends have definitely noticed that Megan is happy as can be right now, sharing that friends haven't seen her this happy in years. She's glowing.
So it can break one of two ways, right? Yeah, I've heard, obviously, postpartum depression, but then there is a hormonal euphoria that can take place.
Is there a postpartum glow?
Yeah.
I would imagine so. I've never heard of that term particularly case, but yeah, there's got to be. So, of course, she shares 3 other children with her ex.
It's called the Charlie Sheen.
Brian Austin Green, a shiny sheen.
Exactly.
That one gets.
Postpartum.
Having a baby.
Well, there could be a glow because postpartum actually just means after birth, but people typically, associate it with depression. Postpartum depression.
Yeah.
So there could be a glow.
I would imagine there is.
Postpartum euphoria.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
That's according to thebump.com, which is a pregnancy website.
I read it all the time. I love pregnant chicks.
You read the bump?
Knocked up and milky.
You thought it was a cocaine thing.
Yeah, true. But then I watch it and I bump one out.
Well. Meghan Markle's lifestyle brand, As Ever, issued an apology after its $28 limited edition honey oversold during a launch that saw all products sell out in under an hour.
So they had no honey left?
They oversold. Customers who purchased the honey after it was out of stock.
Where's my goddamn honey?
He's
all over the place today.
Were promised refunds and offered a replacement item.
So wouldn't you say, and I would say this in the realm of anyone who purchases honey, purchase honey close to where you live. The locale, the medicinal aspects and benefits of honey are better when they're in your purchase from your area.
For allergy sakes, yes, from what I understand, yeah. The company explained in an email the excitement created a volume of traffic on the site that even we couldn't have anticipated. Markle personally addressed the mishap, writing in a note to customers, I was so sorry to hear about what happened with your order and promised her next limited edition item as a gift.
So I'll tell you this, my 2 favorite honeys right now come from our Xfinity friend, Joe Casey and Preston, the Cape May honey.
It's fantastic,
Mother
isn't it?
of God. What I really like about it is it has sort of a granular, there's something going on there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it am, but it's really good.
Yeah, they have a variety of different, there's like orange blossom and clover and some with rosemary and a whole variety of the, but you're right, Joe Casey, our guy, he always brings us honey and it's fantastic.
He's the best.
He's a beekeeper. So As Ever has faced Several bumps in the road during its launch, including trademark issues tied to its former name, American Riviera Orchard. A Spanish politician considered legal action over the brand's logo as well, and fans
kill you.
recently pointed out in a typo in one of the brand's promotional emails as well. Oh, no, not a typo. What a disaster. All right, Hailey Bieber is not keeping her postpartum beauty tips to herself, and moms on TikTok are grateful. Creator Melody Miles said in her TikTok, Hailey Bieber makes me want to cut my hair. But I just know that if I cut it, it will not look like how she looks. I will not look like how she looks with short hair. I will look awful. So the Rhode Beauty founder jumped in with some honest and heartfelt advice. She said, you would look stunning.
Oh, yes.
But let's hold hands and agree to not make any big hair decisions postpartum. Personally giving myself at least a year, she said.
All right, done deal.
Followers praised the sweet moment, with one commenting, wow, Hailey's comment was actually so sweet.
Wow, I'm going to be sick.
And others totally related, with one user saying, don't do it, I cut mine postpartum, instant regret.
Does that happen often?
Probably.
And because you feel...
Regret after you cut your hair?
Or that maybe you have you it's like a sudden change. You want to change. Your body's been through so much, you want to do a change or do something to...
I would also think, Steve, maintenance-wise, you have enough to deal with.
Yeah.
You've dealt with this pregnancy. You now have a new baby, and maybe you want to cut your hair, a little less maintenance issue.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of it. I'm not really sure.
You remember when you met me, I had this flowing lion's mane. And then I was like, I can't. It's too much work.
Hailey's own cut in 2023 had fans loving it, but for now, she's growing it out and keeping the scissors far away. Back in August, she and her husband, Justin Bieber, welcomed their first child, Jack Blues Bieber, by the way. Sydney Sweeney and her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Davino, were seen together in Los Angeles on Saturday. This shortly after news broke about their split. The pair appeared pretty low-key. They were grabbing lunch despite the breakup, and they weren't alone as they were with their dog. A source previously confirmed to Us Weekly that Sydney and Jonathan are officially split, adding that the actress is telling friends that she is single.
I don't know. Why is this the first I'm hearing it? I always thought it was like all speculation. What did I miss here?
No, apparently it's official.
Official?
Yeah,
Okay.
as official as these things get.
Well, a source said that they split, yeah.
I know she's closer to the dog than she is to him right now.
The spring wedding plans were reportedly canceled, with an insider saying previously Sydney wants to cancel everything and couldn't handle the stress. So, Casey, there's been no official word,
Okay.
but nobody's popped in and said it's not true.
He's apparently much older, I've heard. I don't know if that's true, but he is also a successful restaurateur.
Okay.
So he's got his own thing.
Yep.
I mean, and sometimes you go in different directions.
Yes. Reports are that the damaged fences between good friends Blake Lively and Taylor Swift may be mending.
Oh, God. This is great news.
You may remember back in February, there were weird stories that the two had a falling out over Lively's dragging Taylor's name into the Justin Boldani legal mess, a move the singer did not appreciate.
He's pissed off.
Page 6 is citing sources that say that since the dust has settled somewhat, Lively has reached out with an olive branch to her friend, and according to those sources, Taylor was receptive. I don't have anything other than that.
Yeah, but that was a big issue apparently because when it gets to court, apparently there is a possibility that Taylor Swift will be subpoenaed.
Really?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Will it hold up? I have a feeling that Taylor Swift can afford the legal firepower that might keep her from having to do that, but we'll see.
So both of these people have split from their longtime partners in the last few months. So naturally, the rumor mill is chatting that Zoe Kravitz and Austin Butler are possibly a new celebrity couple.
I approve of that.
The two actors who worked together in the film Caught Stealing last fall are growing closer, according to reports.
I know you, man. You're the Catwoman.
Sources say that the two have been keeping it under the radar and aren't putting a label on anything yet, adding that they are both very respectful of their ex-partners and are just seeing how things go.
So you saw him in Dune. You've seen him. Did you see him in Elvis?
I didn't see Elvis. I am currently watching Masters of the Air.
Oh,
love that show.
Love that
He's in.
show.
Yeah, I'm almost done with it. I got one more episode.
He's terrific, isn't he?
Yep.
A great leading man. He's got that charisma.
I like the other guy in that show, too. The other
Yeah.
I always forget his name.
I need to find out who he is. I haven't looked
He's
him up,
good
but
too, man.
I've seen him on
Yeah.
I've seen him in other things as well, man.
What is that down there, French? We can't bomb French.
Callum Turner.
That's right, man.
Yeah.
What else has he been in?
I don't know.
The hell you want from
What do
me?
you want from me, man? I'm dating Catwoman. My hands are busy.
So, yeah, both Kravitz and Butler split from their partners last fall after 3 years together. Butler from Kaya Gerber and Kravitz, of course, from Channing Tatum. So they had some high-profile things that were going on.
What was that movie he was in with the case? You didn't like it, but I kind of liked it. The Bikers.
Oh, God. Not Easy Rider. The hell was that called?
That wasn't easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of liked it.
The Outlaw.
Might have been it, something like that. But it was kind of like a throwback to 60s biker movies.
Yeah.
I do like him a lot, though, Austin Butler. He's the real deal. He's a solid actor.
Charisma, baby.
Yeah. All right, the on-again, off-again relationship for Brooks Nader and Gleb Sevchenko is over.
Nothing's over. Nothing is over. Nothing is over when it comes to Gleb.
Gleb lives on forever. Okay, no, the reality star and the Dancing with the Stars pro.
Remind everyone who's gathered here today that Gleb will live on forever.
So they've been intermittently dating since being partnered up on the reality dance competition last year. Now Gleb is claiming that he first heard about the split through the media and hasn't spoken to Nader since learning that they were no longer together. He said, the last communication I received from her was a text on April 6th asking to speak. I called her today in response. This is Gleb speaking.
Yeah.
But she has not replied. And sources say she dumped Gleb.
Short for Glebowitz.
After. That's what Gleb is short for? Glebowitz?
I know that.
Okay. After hearing he had been.
I thought it was Glebera.
Glebra.
No, Gleb is a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Gleb. Oh,
That'd
like
be silly,
Deborah?
Casey.
Yeah.
That would be ridiculous. That would just be so silly.
Glebowitz just makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Come on, dude.
Are you want to be serious about this? You want to be?
My
You're right,
apologies.
you're
My
right.
apologies. Sources say Nader
Don't
dumped
be stupid.
Gleb after hearing that he had been cheating on her. So far, no comment from Brooks Nader.
If you, all right, I'm throwing this out. there.
What?
Preston is a unique name.
Yes.
It has. It's.
Yeah,
You've grown to like. What name would you? Because I think I'm very happy with Steve.
Yes.
Would you want to? Did you ever flirt with the notion of having another name?
Oh, yeah. When
that would've
I
been-
was younger, I told you guys I hated Preston. I couldn't stand it because I wanted it to be, normal.
And Gleb was never on the list.
Dave, Joe, Steve, some
Okay,
kind of
something
single
regular.
syllable normal. I wanted that really, really bad because I didn't like standing out with my name. But now I love it.
Yeah.
But I always thought the name Trevor was pretty cool.
Trevor's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Didn't you want to be
Raven?
Frank for a stretch?
What?
Didn't you want to be Frank
I
for a
did
stretch?
want to be Frank because Frank's a guy.
Yeah.
Frank's the man, actually.
And it was a character here for a little while.
Yeah.
You were
yeah.
Frank.
It was when we were doing the internet. Remember?
right.
And now here's Frank.
Here's Frank.
I don't remember that.
Good old Frank.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Devereaux was a pseudonym for a while.
That's right.
You're,
Yeah.
you're
Cool one.
gambling
There's a couple
all-
characters that have gone by the wayside.
Yeah.
They have said
Mr.
goodbye
Devereaux
to us.
wore an eye patch.
He did, yeah. And then I stopped playing craps, and that's why I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing here? All right, this was sad to see. Police Academy and 3 Men and a Baby star Steve Guttenberg has filed for divorce from his wife Emily. They've been together for 6 years, so it's
Nothing's over!
It's a new.
Imagine Stallone.
I didn't think that
Citizens
was
on
going to
Patrol.
pop up. Steve Guttenberg, Steve in Citizens on Patrol.
I can sound like anything. Give me something to sound like.
Sound like a fire engine.
Amazing, right?
Yeah, it was incredible. It's uncanny. So the actor cited irreconcilable differences as the reason for the divorce in the court documents, which also show that he has agreed to pay spousal support.
When last we saw him, he was helping out with the fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was being very helpful.
Trying to get people to move cars.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He was, literally, boots on the ground thing. So good on him. So a new trailer for Marvel's upcoming Thunderbolts gives fans a better look at the biggest threat that the MCU has faced. The Thunderbolts team is made of a ragtag group of heroes, including U.S. Agent, Bucky Barnes, Red Guardian, and more. And it looks like these underpowered superheroes may have to go up against the Void, a super powerful being who can seemingly blast people into nothing in the blink of an eye.
I love the way they're doing the effect. It does look very very final.
It looks cool.
I've been underwhelmed with so much, except for Deadpool and Wolverine. But this, to me, has the air of a potential sleeper. Like it could be something because I like everybody involved.
Well, especially after seeing this new trailer of what this character, the Void, can do. Literally, he just puts his hands up and these people just turn into dust. Like, I mean, there's no fight, nothing.
Yeah.
You just boom, and they're gone. So that is formidable, obviously.
They had one trailer that came out a few weeks ago that really positioned this as like an arty movie, and instead of just like a Marvel blockbuster, and they were talking about the director of photography and the score being this, and it was. Steve, I don't know if you saw it or not, but it was a really interesting and a different take on a Marvel movie. I'm super excited about it, and I think I've shared this with you guys on air, but Ryan Airy on Screen Crush says that asterisk at the end of it is because the end of the movie, they're going to call it the Dark Avengers. So it's going to shift from Thunderbolts to Dark Avengers, which will then lead us into the next phase of Marvel.
Okay. And this starts getting into the deep Marvel stories, of which characters I'm not familiar with, like the Void and the Sentry, which is
right.
They're one and the same. So it's cool. It's going into areas I'm not familiar with. So according
this opens the door for the plumber
to Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, which is Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character. She says he's invincible, all powerful, and stronger than all of the Avengers rolled into one. So this will be out on May 2nd. So fortunately, before you know it, we'll have a new movie to check out. Let's see here. There was another story. Oh, yeah. So there are some movies where you hear that crowds get out of control, violent movies, for example. So when cinemas start warning patrons to avoid disruptive behavior, you look at what's currently in theaters and you have to wonder what movie is seeing an uptick in troublemakers. And would you believe it? A Minecraft movie.
Yeah, I saw this.
One scene in particular where Jack Black's character Steve uses the phrase chicken jockey, that means something to Minecraft players, has led to some raucous audience reactions. Since the film's release, fans are filming themselves and their fellow theatergoers, readying for the moment, then reacting when it comes. Thus, cinemas are issuing warnings for moviegoers to control any disruptive urges. Like they've been throwing people out of theaters on a couple of occasions.
It's been a while since you've seen. I remember going back. There have been movies that really did incite riots. I remember one classic one was the movie The Warriors itself. There were stories. Now, I've heard, Preston, that the movie Chains, we just had CinemaCon, in order to get, and that's based primarily them presenting their wares for the theater owners. They're realizing they have to tailor the experience to the existing audience. So there is talk of having screenings and having theaters where your phones can be out.
Oh.
Where you, in other words, they're going to look to sort of get a hybrid between the home viewing experience and or the phone is out and or less restrictive about quiet lights, put the phones away, all that stuff, talking, so they will tell you what theater. I know if you're opening up a Pandora's box with that.
What it might do is if people are filming experiences in the theater and there's some cool, fun things going on, it might get more people to go to the theater.
Well, what their mindset is, they're losing their audiences to the phone.
Right.
And so if they allow the phone to be with the designation that it is a screening that allows that, my thing is once you start it, then you blur I was in this theater just next door and I was allowed to do this. How come I'm not able to do it here?
I won't be in the theater where they're allowing it.
No, I won't.
One last story. Season 3 of The White Lotus is officially wrapped up. That means it's time to start thinking about season 4.
When it ended, I was like, I hope there's another season.
So, yeah.
Was there a fulfill? So, my wife and I are going to start watching. Watch the first 2 seasons. Preferred the first. Enjoyed the second. There's the murder. There's got to be the murder mystery of sorts, right? And was it fulfilling?
Very.
Okay, good.
Kathy?
Yeah, it was great. I loved it. I thought it was, again, it ended and I was like, I hope they do another one.
Yeah, it was really good.
Was it the best of the three, would you say?
I think so. I think I like this one the most.
Steve, I agree with you. I really liked the first one. I liked the second one too, but first one better. This one was like, I don't even know. I'd have to go back and watch the first season to see what I liked better, but this one was great.
Yeah, I liked the second one a lot.
I did too. I
really
did too.
Enjoyed it. Yeah. All right, so anyhow, the first season was in Hawaii, second was in Italy, or was in Sicily. Yeah. And then it was in Thailand. And so series creator Mike White said at the end of season 3, for the fourth season, I want to get a little bit out of the crashing waves of rocks vernacular, but there's always more room for more murders at the White Lotus hotels. The show has apparently been looking at a 4 seasons hotel in Europe. But a source for Deadline was careful to note that everything is on the table for next season.
Would a White Lotus work in a ski resort?
Maybe.
Good.
Maybe. Yeah. But I mean, they do spend a lot of time showing you how beautiful the scenery is and people being outside and, swimwear and whatnot. Meanwhile, White also admitted that he'd love to have an all-star season as well, while speaking with the Hollywood Reporter, so there's hope that fan favorites could return.
Hey, Nick, going back to the Minecraft chicken jockey thing, because Avery went and saw it over the weekend, and she just sent me a video of her experience at her movie theater, and they went crazy. Do you know if Ben and those guys had the similar experience at their theater?
I don't, Casey, but he did say afterwards to look up lava chicken, and I don't know if lava chicken has to do with chicken jockey or not, but I watched a song that's a Jack Black song in Minecraft called Lava Chicken, and it was hilarious. I want to see this movie.
Well, what is the explanation of the tumult that occurs when the chicken shows up?
They just start chucking popcorn and everything all over the theater, and I listen. I hope it's just popcorn and stuff.
Yeah.
I hope people aren't like chucking drinks and
Or
stuff
fish.
like that. I mean, why would you even bring a fish? To be honest,
I'm watching a video right now. Oh, so they have police and
I mean, everybody's going crazy and they're bringing out the phones and all that, but I don't understand why. I'm not a Minecraftsman. So,
I don't know. I could ask my kids, and I'm sure they could tell me. But we have clips to play, so let's do that. Fans are cheering for Luke to win June's heart in The Handmaid's Tale. And in this clip, O.T. Figbenley describes his character's strengths and weaknesses. Here we go.
Very often in life, our greatest strengths are our greatest weaknesses. And Luke's love, his dedication, his stalwart attitude, I think is one of his greatest strengths, but it's also his weakness, potentially. When is it? And I think it, raises really big questions. When is it enough for love? When should you say no? Luke is a person who's a trier. We can say that much.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
The 3-episode premiere of The Handmaid's Tale airs today on Hulu. Here's our next clip. Bryan Cranston has had many roles throughout his career, both serious and comedic. And in this clip, Cranston gives his thoughts on when he first read the script for the studio and how it got him on board for the show.
When you read this first script, it's so funny, laugh out loud funny, that I thought, oh man, I gotta do this. I would love to do this. And of course, then my big question was how much?
The studio is streaming now, and you can find that on Apple TV Plus. And that's our entertainment report for today. All right, it's already way after 7 o'clock, so we need to take a break. Don't forget, less than an hour from now, this is your first shot at winning $1,000. Today, we have 5 times today alone with your chance to win with Preston and Steve's. It's 20 money, and we will tell you how to do it and all that stuff right at about 8 a.m., so get yourself set for that. And we're going to have Fran Dunphy in our studio, retiring from coaching basketball.
Yeah.
The legend is going to be here this morning. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Said we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to 2. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well versed, but we only have room for 2 people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these 2 competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts. Ultimately, not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has, by that point, hit hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story. The most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenblum to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go.
All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yes.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, the movies. And a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, then, Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had like
nice.
the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky looking glasses.
Yes,
What are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow.
So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, well, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting like the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius.
Black.
Oh, Sirius
Yeah.
Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready?
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round.
Okay.
Second round, the questions are worth 2 points. And the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning.
Gorgeous.
It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Hozinez. Is that how you say her last name? Hozinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, so but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question, and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right,
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
MMR.
I keep one eye on the text board here, and I don't catch everything that comes through, but this one caught my eye. And it says, and I quote, T-Fish in the hut, cash for me. Okay, listen to use all day Delco.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Need I say
That makes
more?
perfect sense.
I think
I think I'm honored.
Well,
what?
So Thomas is the guy's name.
Yeah.
We have a new, not only do we not have phones, but we have a new text platform and a barely working website.
Yeah.
But the text platform is different than it used to be. So you have to scroll up differently than we used to. This guy's name is Thomas. He sent in his information. His nickname, because his first name is Thomas, is T-Fish.
Oh.
So that's the first part.
T-Fish in the hut, cash for me. Okay, listen to use all day Delco.
Right,
Maybe
so
he's
Delco.
trying to win the money.
Yeah.
Cash for me in the hut. Okay.
They call Delco the hut.
We call okay. He's in the hut.
Yeah.
All right. Just checking.
Well,
on
I'm
that.
just glad he's listening.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
And he's got a cool nickname, T-Fish.
By the
In the
way,
hut.
we're gonna go to a one of my persona segments, and
Yeah.
we were wondering out loud just a little while ago how many Preston Elliott personas there are.
There have been many over the years.
Yeah, and there's some that I've forgotten about. Marissa typed up an entire list.
I remember that really what would happen is that you'd start to go into something and I would immediately label it as a character.
Yeah.
And
So, I mean, the most famous one, I think, is the Noticer. That's kind of the first one that popped up.
one of the early ones.
But here's some ones that you may not remember. The Beach Bum.
The Beach Bum.
Yeah, we actually
Oh, yeah, we had a piece of music.
We still have a piece
and
of
I
music
guess
for
that's
that one.
more summertime.
Yeah. That's news about the beach.
We're talking about shore stuff.
Yeah, shore stuff.
Yeah, all right, the Beach Bum. And by the way, we have all this artwork, and most of it was made by what does it say? The Flick what, Marissa? I can't read all the handwriting. It says Flickist.
His name was the Flickist.
The Flickist.
Mike. The account is not active right now. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. I know you're out there.
Oh, it's some great stuff he put together. I love the Beach Bum one. This is wonderful.
Terrific, yeah.
Then we have City Beat.
City Beat, yeah.
Then we had the doula at some point.
Really?
Yeah.
We had a doula?
I guess I was doing pregnancy stuff.
Yeah.
The Entertainer.
Like Cedric.
E.T., which is actually more you, Steve.
Yeah.
That's your character.
Straight up.
Apparently, at one point, I was the game warden.
I don't remember that one.
The junk drawer we know.
Yes.
Listomania was
Listomania.
one.
That still comes back.
There was another one called Preston's Pit Stop, which was, I guess, all about cars and vehicles. Then the Sexpert. Preston's World with Frank.
Preston's World with Frank was one of the originals.
The Space Cowboy. We haven't done that in a while.
Kathy's eyes roll white when we do that.
She hates it.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so hang on. Preston's World with Frank. Is that what turned into the Noticer? This was
in a way, yes.
Yeah.
It
was kinda like
gave
that.
birth to a couple of sub characters.
Then we have Stream of Consciousness, which is still around. The Gambler was one, I guess, when I was going to the casinos more. Here's one I don't remember. Tech Ed with Preston Elliott.
Tech Ed with Preston Elliott.
And there's a picture of me that looks like I'm almost like Steve Wozniak sitting at a beat-up laptop computer.
My God.
Then there's the Barkeep.
Yep.
The Chemist. The Fashionista.
The
The Historian.
The Historian is one that we haven't done in a while.
I miss it. You know why?
Yeah.
because Casey doesn't like
I
it.
hate it. I
okay.
can't. Dude, it's for me, it's so boring.
Okay.
I'm like, I just need to tap out.
I like the graphic though. I like you sitting in the conservatory with your pipe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Totally Presbo is a more recent creation. Yeah.
Then we have the Necromancer.
Issues with death.
All death. The Noticer. Yep. The Realtor. That was at one point. I guess we were doing some real estate stuff.
Maybe in the Tom Skiffington years.
The Resident, which I think became the JSI, Justine Institute. Yes. And then there was one called, it says Preston Elliot is the Roller.
The Roller?
And I guess, was I just kind of rolling with it?
Oh, I thought you were rolling joints.
No, but they have a picture of me in roller skates, which, by the way, I did go roller skating over the weekend.
Did you break anything?
No, I killed it, man. I was just gliding like a son of a bitch.
Doesn't your rib feel way better as a result?
No, that is worse, and I'll explain that later. Then we have the Therapist, and this one I need to go back to, the Time Killer.
The Time Killer. So the Time Killer would be in the realm of the stream of consciousness, and Totally Presbo. So the most global of these characters would be Totally Presbo or the stream of consciousness, where any and all topics are welcome. Okay.
The Noticer's similar to that, too. So
these are very serious. These are not basically all the same information repackaged in different ways.
Not at all.
No.
Nope.
In fact, here's one that's totally different. Let's do Survey Says.
Yeah.
All right.
These are actual surveys, though.
Yes, they are actual surveys. This is a survey. It was by researchers from Texas A&M University, College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences. And they surveyed more than 40,000 dog owners of various breeds to talk about behavior problems. And they came back with the results of over 99% surveyed. 99% of the canines in the U.S. have at least some unwanted behaviors. Owners rated their dog's behaviors on a scale from 0 to 4, with 4 being a serious issue.
Yeah, but I think any pet owner knows that you're going to have your one or two things, unless it's a real problem dog. But otherwise, that's part of the deal.
Yeah. So this is just verifying. Yeah. This is just verifying that 99% of them, there's something about the dog that you find is an unwanted behavior.
Now, if your dog is occasionally will kill neighbors, then it's in a small, like maybe the 3 percentile.
So the study finds that 99.12% of dogs show at least one moderately serious to serious problem, or at least 2 problems they rank as moderate to serious. The biggest issue with dogs overall is separation and attachment behaviors, which have 85.9% of owners reporting their dog having.
Where does ED fall on this list?
They don't have erectile dysfunction on this list at all, so I think they're good.
They're good with that. They always having boners.
So these issues, these behaviors can include restlessness, pacing, following them around the house, sitting close to them, trying to escape, barking and chewing things when left alone.
So all standard stuff. Do your dogs, did you ever have an issue with separation?
Oh, yeah. Okay. They do not like it when we are not there.
Have they gotten better? Do they now, once they realize you're coming back now after a couple of times, are they better when you leave?
So when we leave, they don't mind it because they actually find the crate comforting.
Yes.
They like that. So they get a treat when they go to the crate, and they appreciate it. And so we literally will just say the word crate, boom. They run to it.
Because crate means treat.
Yep. But their separation anxiety in that, I don't know if you would call it this or not, but they have to be in proximity to us all the time.
So
especially Rochelle.
A number of breeds, that is the big compliment. That is the to have them want to be with you is part of what we love about them.
Yes.
It's sweet but it can be, I don't have dogs, but like a cat, so, it's annoying. Get away sometimes.
Lily is on me like white on rice, and a couple of with the cats. With our dog Kizzy, Kizzy's person is Claire. She loves me, but she follows Claire around, and we like that because she goes up and down the stairs and gets exercise that way.
Yeah.
But it is the funniest thing. I'll be sitting there down on the main floor, Preston, and Claire will have gone up to her bedroom or whatever, and I'll look at Kizzy and he goes, and I'll say, "This is okay, but it's not quite working for you, is it?" And then, let's go find mommy.
and I'm not coming up with this on my own. This is I saw it on Instagram. But you stand up, and the dog's like, "I don't know where you're going, but I'm in.
Ride or die.
Ride or die. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go."
So ours are categorized. Rook has to be in the same room with you. Haley has to be touching you.
Oh wow.
So
okay,
that's it.
Here we go. Yeah,
those are the two. But our big issue is barking. So So Haley,
too much?
The little one she's got some Chihuahua in her. Has to, because she is a feisty little freak out when anybody comes anywhere near the house.
Yeah, I know that. Good security though.
Drives us crazy. So more than half of dogs, 55% of them have moderate to serious behaviors in the aggression category.
That's a problem.
That's over half of them. 49.9% have behaviors related to fear and anxiety, and 4.1% have house soiling issues.
As a pet owner, it's the worst thing in the world to have to go over to the neighbor and go, "I found your finger."
Other dog behavior issues that owners report include persistent barking, escaping, frequently eating grass or poop.
Yeah, my dog Fozzie eats grass, and I thought
it's a digestive thing.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought they were just kind of like settling their stomach.
And poop is just because they have very cultivated palates.
And chewing stuff that they shouldn't as well. You know what we found out recently? Our dogs love, and I mean love, to eat are raw green beans.
Really?
Like, oh my! It's like you're giving them candy.
Well, it's
awesome.
not too bad for them.
Yeah, it's good for them.
Yeah.
So we've been buying more, and we put it in their meal so they go to town.
Have you been able to interest the dogs in whiskey?
Not yet.
Okay,
but now that you mention that,
I just know that Reggie loves to eat whatever my mom is eating, because like we sit there and we eat dinner, right? And she's sitting there like this, and both hands are like over the plate. And Reggie's nose is literally in her armpit, just like, let's go. Whatever you're eating, I'm down.
So out of I think it was 43,000 that were surveyed, only 110 dogs in the survey had no reported behavior problems. According to the study, aggressive behaviors are the most common problem brought up to veterinary behavior specialists. And overall, researchers find most dogs' behavior issues are mild or don't happen enough for the owner to consider it a problem they need to get help for, or they find a way to deal with it.
So our good friend, a friend of the show, Dan Colachico, had a dog, and he was working mightily to try to get this dog that had been abused, his behavioral issues, and it was just in the dog. He just couldn't, tried everything, and that is so heartbreaking in those cases where you have, for whatever reason, the dog is just vicious with people,
My friend
and sometimes the owners.
My friend just called me. Her dog left yesterday for like doggy training camp or whatever it is. But this was the second person that she tried. The first person showed up. The dog is a Rottweiler.
Yeah.
It is a puppy, but it's under a year, but it's huge already. And the trainer, who was a woman, was trying to put the dog in the back of the car into a crate. She couldn't even get him in the crate.
Yeah.
And she stupidly, it doesn't sound like, I'm glad that she didn't send this dog, because the woman had another dog in the car also. And still the Rottweiler was like, no thanks, like definitely not getting in here. And my friend is small, and she's like trying to help. And she goes, I can't help. Also, this is traumatizing me and my children. And she said the lady was like holding the check that she gave her. And she was like, I'll just take the check back, and you can go now.
Yeah. So our Rochelle had her old friend in town not that long ago, and she was staying with us for almost a week. And Haley, the little one, was just snuggling up to her and loving on her. I'm like, wow. I'm like, this is rare. She normally doesn't take to strangers this way.
Yeah.
She can tolerate you, but sometimes she can turn on you. And about 3 or 4 days in, they were getting along right, and then she snapped at her.
Get out!
Yeah,
she
and
turned.
I'm like, there it is. I'm like, sorry about that. And so Beatrice was hands off after that on the dog. So it's really weird.
We have a cat, Mia, who's the oldest animal in the house. And Preston, I can go over and I can stick my face in Mia's belly, do the whole thing. Anyone else comes in, Claire and I we've got to pass, and we'll say, because all the other cats are very friendly, say, not that one, not that one.
Yeah.
And sometimes kids just keep wanting to, okay.
Yeah.
And then eventually you'll hear, ow! You know?
Oh, yeah. I have
Wait and
one
see.
where it's like, you can pet him, just leave her alone. She's going to hide anyway, but like if you see her, just leave her alone.
Leave her alone.
All right, we got another survey. And this one is about math anxiety. Out of these people that were surveyed, 64% of Americans experience math anxiety and 13% rate the symptoms as severe.
Is this when you have to try to like figure out a check and people are staring at you?
Things like that. Just doing math. So the research from Prodigy Education reveals middle school is the most common time that people start to feel math anxiety. 34% reported that, followed by high school at 31% and elementary school at 23%. Women tend to get math anxiety more than men, 70% compared to 57%. So what triggers the math fears? Being afraid of failing is the top cause.
Yeah.
Followed by not understanding math concepts at 48%. 46% said struggling with basic calculations, and 45% said the teaching methods that don't match learning styles.
I would imagine one of the big fears is tipping your manicurist $90. Yeah.
I didn't see the other $40 that were $50 that was in there.
When does that anxiety kick in? Like how many hours later when you're checking the credit card statement or it was going home?
No, I think it's when you're trying to figure it out.
Yeah. So you'd mentioned Mr. Devereaux earlier, which was an alter ego of mine when I started playing craps. I wanted to learn the game. And in that game, there is an extreme amount of math that is taking place. It's rapid fire, and there are a variety of odds that you have to keep track of. And then if you win, if you place a bet and your odds are 5-4 or whatever it may be, the dealers do this math very quickly on how much you're paid out, and sometimes it's odd numbers. It's like $13 or this and that, and these people are so brilliant with math. It blows my mind. And I can't operate that quickly. It gets very confusing very, very quickly.
Meanwhile, I'm like Jack plus a 9 plus a 2.
Right, yes.
All right, I do have 21. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, totally.
No, but after a while, I believe you can train yourself to some level, but I also think there's an inherent ability, which I do not. My mind goes in so many different directions. I'm so distracted. Where I will feel it, where I will check my work often, is when I'm tipping at a restaurant. Yeah. And I will, I'm functional at math. I can get it done. I'm not an imbecile when it comes to that. But that's one I check over and over and over again.
You know what bums me out is that I used to be really good at it, and it's just left my brain. And I wonder if that part of my brain would function again if I were to start it over. If I would go start with Billy Madison and take algebra and work my way through pre-calc or whatever. Does that part of your brain turn off? And if it turns off, can you turn it back on?
I almost think it's like learning a language that you never get to use, and we don't get to use a lot of that.
Yep.
Because I don't think I've used any of it really since sophomore year of college. And I don't know. I know that I was good at it at one point in my life. I'm just not good at it now.
So 47% of Americans admit that math anxiety has held them back at work or school.
Imagine if you're like an engineer and you have math anxiety.
More than a third, 37%, said that it interferes with their ability to make smart financial decisions, including basic tasks like budgeting and investing. Another 20% have lost out on job opportunities because they were too anxious about math. And for parents with math anxiety, having kids who need help with math homework is challenging. Yes.
Okay, you've gone through that?
I didn't help squat with my kids. A quarter of them feel unprepared to help, and 1 in 10 get anxious when their child asks for math help.
So take this one. It's the two circles on top of each other. Do you mean 8?
Yeah. Yeah, right. It can be daunting, man, especially when they started coming up with new concepts like the lattice concept, which I never even bothered to try to learn.
The base numbers. And as a kid, I couldn't see, to your point, Nick, wrapping my mind around that at this point in my life. I'd have a seizure.
I did love it at one point.
I did too, Case.
Yeah, I think when I took geometry in high school, I fell in love with
When did
geometry.
you stop loving it?
College.
Okay.
Yeah, the pre-calculus class that I had taken my freshman year, which didn't even go towards my math major.
I like that
or not math major, but my math requirement.
I got you. Yeah, I like that it made sense in my brain. I like that part of my brain. It was solving problems. It was solving puzzles, and being able to do that and get to the right answer was really gratifying.
I didn't mind algebra and geometry, but once we got to algebra 2.
Yeah, and then trig.
And I didn't even make it to trig. Yeah. It was like, okay, you're getting into...
You're talking about algebra 2 nerds in paradise.
Yeah. That's the one.
I was a straight A math student. Believe it or not.
All through school?
Yeah, well,
Good for you.
minus, hang on a second, minus first quarter my freshman year and first quarter my sophomore year. Now, first quarter my sophomore year, I actually got straight A's, but my teacher didn't collect homework. And so about 2 weeks into the quarter, I realized, I'm like, he's not checking homework. This is great. So I didn't do any homework. And then at the end of the quarter, he's like, all right, everybody hand in your homework notebooks. And I was like, wait, what?
Wait,
so I had
supposed to do that?
Yeah. And so he failed me for the quarter, even though I had gotten A+ on all of the tests.
I failed you.
Yeah. But it was kind of a dick move at the same time. Like, because he failed me, like 69 is failing. He failed me with a 68, which I think was a FU to me for not doing my homework. Back
Yes,
to you,
Kathy?
Oh, that went long. It's okay. It's all right.
Okay. Moving on then. Survey says. Saw this other one I think you guys will like. Where is this? Yes. The top signs that it's time for a vacation.
I probably have it right now.
Poll of 2,000 U.S. adults reveal 7 in 10 Americans say they're already in vacation mode 3 days before departure. How many do we have? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It starts on Friday, so essentially we are 3 days away from
Barn
vacation.
effing door.
Yeah.
I've heard more people just in general really stoked or talking about their summer vacation plans, and even from staycation to going someplace, it doesn't matter. The time off is, I think everyone feels as if they've been through the ringer and they need some downtime.
Yep.
I think after the Bizarre File, I'm going to share something about my vacation.
All right. I thought you were going to say after the Bizarre File, I'm going on vacation.
I am officially on vacation. All right. Nearly half admit they struggle to focus at work in the days leading up to vacation.
That's Bill. It used to be Bill Wilson's. In Barn Door was the indication that we were just kind of in that zone.
Yeah, coasting.
Yep.
59% say before they even write out their out of office email, they say they're already mentally out of office. More than a quarter, 28% admit they feel anxious about planning ahead of a trip as well.
Oh, I love it.
I like it too.
Yeah, to me, it's the opposite of anxiety. It's a way out of anxiety. It's sort of a fun escape.
Yeah. So the top 10 signs you desperately need a vacation are: number 1 is feeling burnt out, 62%. Number 2, daydreaming about a trip. If you're just sitting in there thinking about it, it's time for vacation.
Yeah.
45% said that. 44% said getting irritated with others means you desperately need a vacation.
That could be year round.
Feeling fatigued no matter how much you sleep. Having low energy on the weekends mean you need a vacation.
Anytime they talk about, using the metric of feeling tired, I'm like, in this line of work, it's a perpetual.
Yeah. Checking emails when you're off the clock. That's a sign that you need a vacation. We're always checking emails.
Yeah.
Making mistakes at work, misplacing items, or completely forgetting tasks is an indicator that you deserve and need a vacation right now.
Do they say that it is a sign that you desperately need a vacation if you haven't shown up to work for a month and are in fact on vacation?
It doesn't say that, but I think we might.
It can be inferred.
It might be interpreted that way. So chances are you need a vacation, friend. All right, do we have time for one more case? I know we got to stay on time to try and get in our 20 money word and your chance to win $1,000 coming up. All right, so here is another survey. This was the Pew Research Center recently asked adults in 18 mostly middle-income countries what they think the best age is to reach the certain life milestones. All right. So the respondents were in Argentina, Bangladesh, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ghana, India, Indonesia, Kenya, Mexico, Nigeria, Peru, the Philippines, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Tunisia, the Turkey, and the United States.
So I've lived in all those places. I'll be curious to see what this says.
The median age of those surveyed is 31 years old. Surprisingly, a lot of people around the world agree about the time frames. The survey finds on average in all the countries surveyed, people say that the best time to get married and have a first child is around 26 years old. So these are milestone things and when they should happen.
26, marriage and first child.
Americans say the ideal age to get married is 26 and a half on average, and the best time to have a child is 27
Who is the
years old.
youngest to get married on this show? I feel like it might actually be me.
I was 30.
I was 25. I was like 28.
28.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was 26 and 49.
Hold on, I'm figuring it out.
Oh,
Sorry.
26 the first time. So Nick's the youngest.
Yeah, but you got married after me, and I got married at 2003. I got
Did I
married in
get-
2003, which was maybe.
No,
20
you're
years-
right.
Yeah.
I was 20. You're right. I was 27.
Okay.
It was after you. Yep.
Kathy?
I was 27.
Okay.
So I was 30.
Marissa just got married.
37.
Marissa,
Not the most recent member of the show to get married, but I was 39.
All right.
39. Who was the most recent member of the show to get
Me.
married? Nick was. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last summer.
So you actually got you're the okay. You got married at the oldest age.
The
The
first
oldest.
round.
Yeah.
I was the second youngest and then the oldest.
Yes.
Wait, when
Record holder,
When
both
did you
times.
first get
For the most ages at which one was married, Nick is currently
yeah.
the time.
When did you first get married? What year? What
A
date?
year after you is when I first started with the show. It was November of 2004.
Okay, so you were 29.
God damn, Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should write my biography. I'm way off. Man.
What, math anxiety.
Weren't we just talking about math? God, I'm just terrible at it. All right,
so
2004 minus 75.
It's so hard.
God.
I got married in the Bronze Age.
Respondents worldwide say the best age to buy a home is just under 30 on average, while Americans say it's 28.8 years old. So we bought our first home. I was 31, I think. Yeah, so a little bit older than the average.
How long did you have? I'm sorry, Preston. How long did you have your first real stable job before you felt like you could buy a home? Was it DRE?
It was when we moved to work at Y100.
Okay.
So I was there for 2 years, I think.
So after DRE ended, and then you started at Y. Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So average ideal ages for buying home vary from country to country, ranging from 24 to 36. When it comes for best age for retirement, the average among the countries surveyed is around 58.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Try to do that these days.
Yeah. It's much lower for Colombians, who say 52 is the best age to retire. Nigerians say 62.7 on average.
Yeah.
Americans think the ideal age for retiring is 61.8. Even that is very young.
It seems young.
Because I was here, 64 is the retirement age.
Right, 64, 65. So Social Security was supposed to kick in at a certain age, and it's felt that you wouldn't have many more years of life, so that would be that, and you wouldn't tap into it.
Yeah, 64 and a half is what I
But the amount of people who have retired who have since gone back to working is on the uptick.
I think 64 and a half is when you can cash in your 401k without there being tax penalties.
Yeah, something like
I recall, click.
But click?
Yeah, it's from the eastbound and down.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and some people go back to work to have something to do.
Yeah. They just like being a prostitute.
Yeah, or they like turning tricks.
Well, they'll retire and then they get some sort of fun job
Yeah,
or
something to keep them
consulting where
occupied.
it's
Or-
not a full-time, not 40-hour plus weeks.
Their bills and needs are not being covered by whatever planning or whatever the hell the case is.
Right,
So
right.
that can be it as well. You realize you're going to fall short.
Yeah. All right, so those are some averages. I thought you might find them interesting. All part of survey says...
Brought to you by Frank.
Thank you. Your host, Frank. So we do need to take a break. A reminder that we do have Tattoos Day today, and it's a chance for you to win a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing and get a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo.
Yeah.
So we no longer take the text for that. You go to WMMR.com and click on the contest page, and you will be able to get signed up for that, and we will give that away before the end of the show. When we come back, the Bizarre File is on the way, and your first shot and winning $1,000 in Preston and Steve's 20 Money. Get ready for it. Be right back.
Preston and Steve.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single... before I had a chance to finish every
They're
single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round two. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcards.
I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next
Is
question.
there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes.
You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice.
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger. And Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As
Can
we
really
go for
change.
the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. Okay, now these scenes were filmed but later deleted and never released. All right, so here's the question. Which English actor / comedian played Peeves? I didn't think we'd get an answer on this one. This is a real deep, kind of beyond just watching the movies and reading the books. Which English actor or comedian played Peeves?
It wasn't the Mr. Bean guy.
Hey, you didn't buzz in.
Right. All right, time's up. All right. I didn't think you knew this. So Peeves is a character who's a poltergeist.
Yeah.
I do know that because I'm reading in the first 2 books. But he would have been played by actor and comedian Rick Mail, who played Drop Dead Fred, and he's also Rick from The Young One. So that's a really, really hard question.
That predates you guys.
All right, here is the next one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right, we had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is for 5 points! Wow!
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God. 1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas de Mimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that
it.
name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
Yeah.
it's
British.
exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have,
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
Looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put
might
a
as well.
guess in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Oh my God! Steph is the champion.
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4? All right.
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the
Yeah.
first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
It is.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God. It's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the. If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent. And thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful. And now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice. Excellent. Great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
And I'm sure that I've probably had this happen before, too. I don't know if I've fallen in a dumpster, but maybe come close. But they accidentally put something in the trash can, took the trash bag out and threw it in, and then later on realized, I accidentally threw my medication away.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all had that.
So you have to go get it.
Yeah.
You got to go get it.
Right.
So apparently she went and she went to go get it, and it's hanging down low, and so there's like a side door on on their dumpster that you can open up. Okay, so she opens that up, I guess, and it's at the bottom and it's far down, and she's got to lean over and kind of bend halfway down to go, and as she leans forward, her body weight is too much over, and she goes tumbling in head first into the dumpster. Somehow or another broke her rib on the way in.
So as you imagine, as she's raking over the edge,
that's what I was thinking.
It must have just pulled a rib up and snapped it.
Probably what happened, and I was like, okay, are you just saying you have a broken rib, or did you actually go get it looked at and you have a broken rib? She says, yes, X-ray, it's a broken rib, or whatever. The doctor determined that it was a broken rib. Now, it's not one of those where you can have rib breaks that are debilitating.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
That's crazy!
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
Yes, it is. And the word that could win you $1,000 is duel. And I'll spell that for you. D-U-E-L. All right? Duel. D-U-E-L. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. So that means if you're, somewhere inconvenient, you got some time, but just make sure you don't forget the word duel. And you can do it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. Or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets to boot. So winners are going to get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So good luck to you. The word again is duel. D-U-E-L. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by... wow. Voice broke a little bit there. Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. That's Steve's lawn care company.
It is.
That keeps his lawn greener and safer for his pets. You can get free seeding every year by calling 800-FREE-SEED today. So a Walmart shopper with an ironic name has been caught stealing over $20,000 worth of merchandise using a sneaky self-checkout trick. I kid you not, this guy's name is Speedy Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez is his name.
Actually, his birth name is Speedy Gonzalez. Allegedly evaded cops with his clever schemes until a damning surveillance video finally got him nabbed. He successfully stole at least 20 items by taking advantage of Walmart's self-checkout.
I'm surprised the cameras caught him because he moved so fast.
You can't even see him.
Yeah.
The brazen man would allegedly stuff large, empty containers like a trash can or mailbox with expensive, smaller items, and then scanned the cheap bin at the checkout and waltzed out with a trove of treasures.
What was his cousin was Slowpoke?
Slowpoke Rodriguez.
That was it.
Gonzalez walked away with nicotine, gum, diabetic strips, and other high-priced items without even getting a glance from workers. However, his spree finally came to an end when a Walmart surveillance camera captured him stuffing a trash can in March. And after seeing the video, cops learned his identity.
You know who called him? It was McGruff, the crime dog.
And waited until he came back to the same store just 10 days later where they allegedly caught him in the act. And when they looked in his car outside, they found more stolen merchandise that connected him with the other thefts.
Speedy Gonzales.
Years before the alleged thefts, he also had a bad run-in with cops in 2020. They caught him trying to use stolen checks to buy $3,000 worth of merchandise from Home Depot. So Speedy Gonzales nabbed. American YouTuber Mikhailo Viktorovich Polyakov is facing possible jail time after invading the space of an isolated indigenous tribe illegally in his quest for channel views.
Yeah.
The Sentinelese people live on a forested island in the Indian Ocean, and they've been known to fight and kill those who dare invade their territory. They've remained completely isolated from the world outside of their island, and it's now illegal to even try to make contact with him. Polyakov managed to reach the island undetected and took a video of him leaving the tribe a coconut and a can of Coca-Cola. And there's video when he shows up and they're like welcoming him.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, your dinner, bud.
Well, but they have killed people, as you pointed out.
Yeah. Polyakov was arrested by Indian authorities, and a statement from Survival International says his actions had the potential to, quote, wipe out the entire tribe by introducing new diseases such as flu, to which they have no immunity.
Did you ever see the Eli Roth movie Green Inferno?
I didn't. I know what it's about, but yeah, I heard it's insanely brutal.
Basically that.
A Florida woman was arrested after she allegedly conned a man out of thousands of dollars during a bogus tarot card reading and spiritual cleansing. Carmen Valdez de Miguel, 67 years old, was arrested on Monday and faces charges of organized scheme to defraud, grand theft, and resisting an officer. The alleged con began when a man found a flyer on his car for a tarot card reading and called the number according to the report.
I see you being an easy mark.
He spoke with a woman and agreed to the card reading session for $20. Well, 2 days later, the man went to an apartment and met her, reportedly referred to herself, by the way, as Maria Rodriguez. And during the reading, Valdez de Miguel allegedly told the man that he needed a deeper spiritual cleansing procedure, and that would cost between $600 and $700.
I want you to talk to a friend of mine, Speedy Gonzales.
So trusting her advice, the man agreed to a partial payment and transferred $200 through Zelle. He then returned to the apartment for the spiritual cleansing session that he had prepaid a portion for. Then she asked the man during the session about his available bank balance.
Oh, boy.
Where he reportedly told her he had $8,000 available. And following the man's response, she then allegedly asked him to bring the full amount next time and assured him that she were to use the money in a ritual, it would double, and she would return it the same day. So he returned to the apartment. He had $3,000 in cash. And she placed the money in a bag with eggs.
Yeah.
And during the ritual, the report stated the bag was broken. And upon opening it, the man claimed all that was left inside were broken eggs and worms.
Doesn't seem worth it.
The man told authorities that Valdez de Miguel appeared to be startled by what was in the bag. But when he asked for his money back, she said she couldn't do so due to her, quote, state of mind. Miguel then allegedly assured the man that his money would be returned the next day. The report stated that the man had made multiple attempts to contact her following the encounter, but she had refused to return the money. She asserted that the funds were part of a ritual and could not be released until the candles extinguished on their own.
You don't want to do it before the candles extinguish.
Despite having previously assured the victim that his money would be returned the same day.
Look, dude, you got some shells and worms. Isn't that enough?
She was taken into custody where officers gave her the opportunity to return the money, but she denied knowing the man. The report said that she had also resisted being taken into custody. She had 3 warrants in separate theft cases out for her as well.
And yet the cards never told her that.
Yep. All right, and then one last story. A neck massage turned into a stroke for one 26-year-old Chinese computer programmer. Zhao Zhang was a sufferer of chronic neck pain from sitting at his desk all day, so he thought a visit to a local massage parlor might do the trick for him. And as his massage professional got into her work, he said he felt a sharp pain during a more vigorous maneuver. The next day, he woke up to find the left side of his body numb and weak, and also noticed that he was slurring his speech. A visit to a hospital later revealed he had a secondary cerebral infraction, but he fortunately made it to the hospital to avoid permanent damage. So he had a stroke from this, or potential even paralysis, but he avoided that.
There's a friend of the show who had a neck adjustment and had a stroke as a result of that. Doing great now, doing fine. But yeah, it's scary.
It can be, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so the word again for 20 money is duel, D-U-E-L. And if you're interested in winning $1,000, you need to enter that through WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911. But the word is duel, and it's sponsored by United Tire and Service. So come and get that money. It's waiting for you. Let's see if this is for you this time around. If not, we got 4 more times today for your chance to win. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston.
You can't move. It's not that bad. So it was funny.
How
it was able. We were able to laugh at this. It was funny.
Yeah.
And I'm sure other people have fallen in dumpsters or had something just as stupid happen. So I figured, you know what, that might be worth.
Sure, absolutely.
215-263-WMMR if you want to share.
I think in my top 5 things of grossest things that I have ever encountered, it is dumpster and or trash juice. I can't.
Oh my God.
Stand
What
it.
is that?
I don't
dumpster
know.
juice and trash. So Casey.
Oh my God.
I used to work, and again, I hate to brag.
Oh my God.
I used to work at Dunkin' Donuts. There's drinks and things, and all sorts of magical things that are in that. But when that dumpster would turn, there'd be things that would come out like that just form because of the humidity or whatever it is.
Jesus.
And that was the most pungent, piercing smell came from the liquid.
And I don't think
it's like dumpster soup.
In Star Wars: A New Hope, I don't think that scene where they're in the trash
Too
chute-
pleasant.
Right?
Too pleasant.
Yeah. Like,
you have
nobody's
an
like, oh my
entire
God,
Death Star full of people.
Right.
You don't know what half those species do and what they crap.
It's
So
all a
much
bunch
so
of,
that- yeah.
It's just a bunch of metal and stuff in there.
No, if
But
only.
there's juice.
If only.
But they're swimming in dumpster juice,
Yeah.
and nobody's like, "Oh my God, it stinks."
You know, would have been a perfect way for them to introduce what the future of tampons might look like.
Right.
Oh God, Preston, and that just that big dumpster and your poor sister.
Yes.
going
I didn't get a chance to ask her
into it.
how she got out of there, too. Did you ever live in an apartment that had a dumpster?
Right. Time.
You know, so I would go
Stink is in the name.
get something like a tissue or whatever.
Yeah,
to get 'em.
yeah.
Now I grab them with my hand and throw them
Get
outside.
outta
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't bite or anything.
No,
right?
they don't bite or anything, but still, they're,
They say though, like if you can flush them, or because if you crack them,
they
the
smell?
pheromones. Well, that also attracts other stink bugs.
I throw them outside.
Well, I mean, the look of this thing, though. Come on.
It looks terrifying. Yeah,
It looks terrifying. I would not be okay if I found this anywhere near me. Like, so I just had this debate with a friend of mine. And we were first talking about mice and snakes. And she lives on a farm, and she had a mouse in her sink, and it couldn't get out because it couldn't crawl up the walls
Right.
of the steel sink. And so she had to FaceTime her mom and dad because her husband was away to help her get it out and what to do. And she had to put the cup over it, slide the plate underneath it. And then, of course, she threw it literally right outside the door. Her mom was like, "It's gonna come back in."
Right,
Like,
right. It wants to be inside.
So anyway, we were talking about that, and I go, "Well, at least it wasn't a snake." She goes, "No, I'll take a snake over a mouse." I was like, "No,
That's-
way."
That
I was like,
seems to be opposite of what most people would probably say.
I would die. I was cleaning out my planters, and there was this little tiny thing in there, and I was digging. I had gloves on, but I was digging my hands in to get some of the soil out, and that thing moved, and I almost died.
I would love to have seen that. I would love to have seen that.
Die. I was like, "Jace, come here, get that!" And he like picked it up with his hands. He's like, "This?" I'm like, "Oh my God, get it out of here! Take it away!" Yeah, I was.
It was a
I was
snake?
dying. It was a snake.
And you let Chase go in and grab it with his bare hands?
He was fine. He was like, "I'll get it."
All right.
Kids are good with the venom, Preston.
Yeah.
But anyway, then it went to spider. We both agreed. We were like, well, at least it's not a spider. And so if it had and these colors, like it just
It's
to me that
beautiful.
looks deadly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I listen. I think it is a good-looking bug.
Okay. Question with that. Are you the type that would allow a spider to crawl on you and have no problem with that?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not
'Cause
that good
I'm
looking.
Not, no way.
No.
No way.
But I'm not bugged out by them. A lot of times I'll let spiders go in my house because they take care of the other bugs.
No, I will as well, depending on because they will take care of the others, and that's fine. Like in the basement or something like that. But I see this thing crawling around. I'm moving.
Fell in my house.
We used to have, when I lived in the South, there were these big yellowish spiders, and I forgot what they were called, and they would get huge, man.
Look at the story. Yes,
Scared
I
the
know.
hell out of me.
Yeah. And
It had yellow markings on it, but I don't remember what it was.
are those out west as well? Because I remember.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I don't know what breed, but we were talking like this. Like a recluse is pretty big as well, right?
It's not
No.
that big.
Not as big as this mother
No,
effer.
but I mean, like, maybe bigger than like a $50 or something like
Yeah.
that. Maybe that size.
And we had the story last week about the guy actually started to have. He had like flesh-eating disease because of it.
Yeah, it'll necrotize. It'll actually kill the parts of your flesh, and it can be messed up. Hang on, Tom's got a spider story. Hey, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so I work in New Jersey. I'm a meter reader for a utility company. I'm actually doing the route today, but I have to go into utility rooms to read a meter, and we leave messages for each other on our little processors to give us heads up about stuff.
Okay.
And I come up to this route, and the message says Spider Cave, and I am just like,
Oh, no.
I'm just
Spider Cave.
What am I getting into? So I find the utility room. I open the door. There is a ton of cobwebs and spider webs everywhere, which I'm used to. I start kind of cleaning up the webs to make my way to the meter, and no joke, about 5 or 6 spiders drop from the ceiling.
Oh.
And I was just like, nope. I got out of there, and the rest of the day I was like stripping my sweatshirt off, like just panicking that something's crawling on me.
Dude, yes. But no, so any idea, did you even have enough time to identify what type of spiders they might have been?
It was so dark in there, I couldn't even see it.
Yeah.
And like, you know how they show those videos of people outside in the dark, you see all those glowing little things in the grass, and it turns out they're spiders?
Right.
After they all fell, I shined it up into the ceiling, and I could see like little specks. I'm like, yeah, I'm never going in there again.
Go in with a flamethrower, man. That's.
Oh, I wish. I wanted to go like Alien Ripley.
Right. Wow.
Oh, no,
That's
I
terrible,
can't-
Tom.
yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
I can't take that.
Nick pulled up a chart of spiders in the United States and their level of dangerousness,
Right.
or danger, however you want to put it. So, the brown there are 3 that are ranked as deadly and dangerous.
Okay.
This is the Black Widow is another. I remember seeing those when I was a kid.
Wait, so
they're
we
easy to spot.
We have all of these here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
in our
Black
house?
widows
Like they'll
and
come in
red-
our house?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're in
you
your
can
home,
have it,
right?
yeah.
It's like 6 underneath your chair right now.
I put some in your coffee.
And Steve, one I've never heard of called the hobo spider.
Yeah, they ride trains and eat stew.
So here's a spider bite first aid for those are keep the patient calm, apply ice to decrease the pain and swelling, and use anti-inflammatories for pain relief, and contact your doctor.
If you're working
Here,
around
take some Advil and you'll be okay.
Exactly. If you're working around in your garage or in your basement, you need to wear gloves if you're moving stuff around. I always do.
Yeah. All right, here are the and then the other levels. So those are the deadly and dangerous.
Right.
Then you have toxic, which is poisonous, painful bite. So maybe like a bee sting, or something like that. So you have the female mouse spider, which appears to be the biggest of all of these.
How big?
The largest body. I don't know. I'm just looking at,
Like that-
pictures of them.
That thick black spider?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got
wait.
large pinchers and a big butt on it. So
I like big butts. I can't deny.
you can't deny that. Point to the mouse spider for him, Nick. Yeah, that one.
Oh, all right.
Then you have the male mouse spider, which is smaller than that, the black house spider, and the wolf spider. So these they can sting you essentially with their bite. They've got a venom. It's not going to kill you. Probably won't make you sick, but it'll hurt you. And then you have the low risk spiders are the female trapdoor, the male trapdoor, the garden orb weaving, the St. Andrew's cross, and the huntsman spider.
Huntsmans
We
are
talked
big.
about that, yeah. And
We don't have those here, do we?
It says USA spider chart.
Are you
So
kidding me?
Maybe they're around somewhere. And by the way, the one I was talking about, and we had a picture of it here a second ago that I used to see when I was a kid, was a yellow garden spider. Okay. Those things got huge. And this is terrible. I used to grab like crickets or grasshoppers and throw them in their web, and it would just like fly right over and just wrap them up really fast.
It's like exactly. That's an actual audio of a spider. It's like that scene in Lord of the Rings when
Dude, giant spiders scare the hell out of me.
Well, and we've talked about
I
them.
hate that.
There's no, hey, the line, hey, Spider, are you feeling okay today? There's no feeling. There's no nothing.
Yeah. So you take like a lion or
Yeah.
something like that. Okay. There's eyes. There's some type of.
There's a soul, maybe.
There's something in there.
You can pet it.
Something. But a spider.
It's a machine.
Yes. Something like that.
It won't stop.
Ever.
Until you're dead.
Which call you want me to go to your case?
Line 1.
All right. Let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Paul?
I was bitten by a brown recluse before, and as I was telling her that I've had back surgery, I've had neck surgery, I've had 2 knee replacements. That spider bite was some of the worst pain I've ever felt in my life.
All right. So, Paul, the initial bite or the pain that you experienced afterwards?
I had an open wound for 3 months.
An open wound for 3 months. That's actually
Here's
common.
The reason I ask you that, Paul, is because I had a friend who had a similar thing. He was bitten on the leg, and he eventually went to the hospital, and sure enough, a hole started forming in his leg. And so, but he didn't remember, like, being bitten at the time. Did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. So it was just, it
It's
was
the
after it got
aftermath.
in there
That
and the
seems to be-
venom did its work, right?
Like common doesn't because people that I know have been bitten will notice a circle. I guess it is. Is that the
It's like a target.
right?
A blood blister had formed. I went to the ER. They lanced it, and then they said when I went back, the skin was still hanging off, and they said if it doesn't come off, we have to take it off surgically. So I went home and took it off myself with a razor blade. I didn't know that.
Sounds like you went to the same medical school your dad went to.
Yep.
Brett.
My dad must know you. Yep.
It took about 3 months to heal, and the wound was the size of about a quarter. They gave me cream that they give to burn victims.
Did they give you antibiotics, Paul?
Yeah, they gave me antibiotics.
Yeah.
They gave me pain medicine. And they
Jesus.
said if it didn't heal by itself, they were going to have to close it surgically, but thank God it healed.
Wow.
All from a
This is
little
awful.
rat prick spider.
And very painful. Just sore to the touch all around that area, I would assume.
Extremely. It was on the top of my foot. I had a really hard time walking.
All right. Well, glad you got through that. Thank you, Paul.
That's the reason why I am not going to stand there and look at it and decide whether or not it's that or something else. Sorry, you're in
dead.
my house, you're getting smushed.
I
By
know
the
what
way,
you mean.
there's a certain similarity to the way a lot of them look, and I don't know if I want to.
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to interview them.
No.
We're looking at a picture. It says, how to identify a brown recluse spider. And this guy's got it sitting on the palm of his hand.
If it bites you and it hurts, it's a brown recluse spider. Yeah.
There you go. That's how you identify
Good
it.
luck
Ow.
with the hole in your flesh.
Let's go to Tom here. Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all this morning?
Great. Tom, what's up, buddy?
Oh, we got a crazy story here,
All right.
and I think that Kathy's going to love this one. So,
Great.
so my son loves to collect bugs and all kinds of stuff, like cockroaches, those little like roly-poly bugs and so
Yeah.
forth.
Ugh.
My wife was sort of okay with that. She's like, yeah, that's good, and he holds them in these bins. So he came home one day. Now my son's 15. He came home one day. No lie, he ordered 2 scorpions.
What?
Online.
Oh,
Black
God.
scorpions. My wife was, she went out for the day. She went shopping. I'm not coming back. She came back. My son said, okay, they're in bins. They won't get out. What do you think happened that
Of course.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yep.
one scorpion got out, and so they hide during the day. So you can't find them during the day. They'll tuck anywhere, under pillows,
Yeah.
under beds, wherever. The only way to really find them is at night. And the only way to find them is if you have an infrared, sort of like a black light, sort of like a light that you could like point and shine.
Yeah.
So my wife went next door. She spent the night somewhere else. So Fran and I,
Yeah, damn
we are-
right.
we are.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. So as we were saying earlier this morning, we were going through the survey says, and there was a list of reasons that show why you need a vacation. And so we have a spring vacation coming up next week. Although not all of us are going to be gone. Casey and Kathy are going to be here.
Yeah, for half the week.
For half of the week, yep, because they had already taken some days off for some other things. So they're going to be here live in the studio, rest of us on vacay.
And I actually had something happen to me that's germane to what
Ties
you're
to
about
this.
to bring up. Yeah.
So I'm planning a golf trip, me and some buddies. Like it's one of those where, we've been having FaceTime calls and planning. Got to plan it. Everything has to be worked out as far as our schedule goes and travel plans and who's doing what and how often do we want to play and where do we want to play and getting everything in place and ready to go.
We've been aware about this whole thing that's in motion, and we've been and the word has been, and sometimes you'll say you're going to do something in case you say be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful because you don't want to throw, you got this big thing planned. You don't want to do anything that's going to cause an issue.
And I am so excited for you because it's a golf thing and the Masters are this weekend, which is just the icing on the top.
Yeah, because you'll be able to watch, when we're not playing golf, watch the Masters. It'll be an all golf thing.
Feed the beast.
So in preparation for this is the off season for golf. It's just now starting to become the season. So I go to the driving range, get warmed up, get ready to go, get my game in shape, get my swing ready. And I'm at the driving range and I hurt myself.
Man.
So I am going on a golf trip where I am not going to be playing golf.
And the whole impetus, this is your good friend, Jim, who's a terrific guy. And so this was all going to be the perfect synergy. Listen, we tangentially listen to things that are going on and we're talking about, but I definitely heard you exerting a lot of restraint and control on trying to make sure you were at your best and ready to go to really absorb this and have the time of your life.
Well, and you love golf.
I do. There's almost nothing I'd rather do. This is what I love spending my time doing.
And I said to you earlier, can't you reschedule the trip?
I can't. We need to do it now. Everything's covered and
and
not the golf isn't paid for, but the travel and the plans and all this.
When did you guys start planning this?
Probably December.
Yeah. Man.
So anyway, here's what happened. So I go. This was like about a week and a half ago. I hurt myself, and so what happened is I have a pain in my ribs, and I have self-diagnosed this as an intercostal muscle strain.
Okay.
I looked it up.
Yes, you did.
And so it's a pain in the ribs.
Right.
And so we have this connective tissue and these muscles that are in between your ribs.
And the baby is pushing on that.
Yes, it's crowning. No, so...
Now, on the golf course, do you need your ribs?
You do need your ribs.
I see. Yeah, all right.
And so I felt it like it was sharp. And then the rest of the day was like, breathing kind of hurt and coughing and laughing and moving around hurt. It's like, I didn't break anything, but it's uncomfortable. And so I'm like, okay, I'm not going to touch golf club for a week. I had a hard time doing that, by the way. But I did, do some chipping, which is very, very easy. Essentially, it's you're putting, but with irons. So anyway, it's not causing any issue. And so this past Friday, I'm a weekend of rest. I'm already a week, and I'm like, and I've been stretching,
and you feel good,
and I feel good. I'm like, okay,
good-ish.
I'll just do some half swings to give you an idea, like my 58-degree wedge I can hit like 80 yards. I'm like, well, let me just hit it like 50 yards. I'll do like a little half swing, 40, 50-yard swing. And that's okay, that feels good. This and that. I do a couple of them, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to go home. One more. And I hit it, and I feel pop.
You felt the pop?
I felt the pop, and I felt a sharp pain, and I'm like, you dumbass. But anyway, reading some online forums of golfers that have had this pain before, it's like most people are saying it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks, maybe even 8 weeks. You just got to rest it out, and that's all there is to it. And so,
have you talked to Dr. Mike?
No, that's not his area of expertise.
True, but here's your medical quarterback.
Yeah.
Have you talked to people who manufacture exoskeletons?
I did
robotic?
not.
Okay.
Kathy, I talked to Christine.
Magic hands.
And yes, and she sent me some videos of some things that I need to do, and I've tried doing those, and it's just, I don't have enough time to heal up.
I think the only good part of this, and I feel like I heard you say differently earlier, would be that you don't have to bring your golf clubs with you on
You're
the
going to
plane.
bring them, though.
Yeah.
He's bringing them.
I am going to bring them.
Why?
Because I
Just
might.
in case?
No. I might take a chipping lesson while I'm down there when my buddies are off playing golf.
Oh, all right. You could do
So
a
I may
little
do that type of thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go get it. Yeah, I'll do stuff. I'll find some
Okay.
things to fill the time. They're gonna go have really good fun and play golf.
Yeah.
But this leads to the topic, and this is where we want to guide this to. And if you want to chime in, you can text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we'll send you the link to get on board. But the setup is I planned for this vacation And I did this to myself, and now I can't do all the things that I was going to do. I'm going specifically for this thing.
Yeah.
And I now
You
cannot
can't do
do
it.
that. And now I have to, because of travel commitments, I still have to go, and I can't do the thing that I was going there to do. Like, say, you were planning a scuba diving trip or something like that. And you have to go, and everybody else gets to do what you were going to do except for you.
For you. And that can be, and so many times these things are that last minute decision. You know what? I'm going to reach around and get that thing out of the back seat of the car. And it all turns to hell. That's why it's such a precarious thing. You're going to do this. It's going to be great. I'm making sure I'm babying it. Wait, let me get that can of soup on the second shelf. Vacation ruined.
Yep.
My friend took her family on a beach vacation, and I believe it was either the first or second day that they were there. Her daughter broke her arm, so they couldn't.
Second day,
she couldn't go in the water, and she couldn't go to the beach because she was a kid, she was little, so sand in the cast, not a good idea. So they went on a beach vacation and didn't go to the beach.
Right, because they can't leave her. Right, yeah.
The kid, the kid was little.
I started hiking Mount Bierstadt in Colorado made it a mile down the trail and started crossing a stream at 5 in the morning. It was frozen.
That's right.
Yeah, and completely fell and broke my ankle and messed myself up. And we were at the beginning. Now, listen, we'd already planned the trip, but it ruined the entire hiking trip. I was on the plane.
I forgot that.
Yeah, and I'd already gone on the plane trip. Preston, I feel so terrible for you because, can you at least walk with them, or can you get out on the course, or enjoy some?
How about caddy?
But that's is
that too much of a tease?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch these guys play golf. I want to play golf.
Is it like going to the champagne room and just drinking champagne?
Yeah.
Well, all right. So can you at least only chip from 25 yards out? You know what I mean?
Dude,
yeah.
You know how much it costs to play at some of the golf courses we're going to go to? I'm not going to pay that amount of money and just go chip onto the green. It's expensive.
You want it? This is.
I know what
something
you're saying. I've thought about it. Yeah.
And you're confident. Not worth talking to Mike.
Already. We're just a few days away from leaving, and it still hurts. So if I take a swing, it's going to really hurt. Yeah. And it's going to.
Let me ask you.
And then it's going to delay the rest of my season. You know what I mean?
And so you think about the whole season.
Oh, yeah.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
This could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Okay.
Try to do the guitar thing again.
Okay. All right.
You could dislodge everything back into shape and repair your ribs.
A couple of people are texting in that I can go full force on the guitar thing now if I want to.
Right. You don't need
that
to worry.
landed me in the hospital this weekend. By the way, I see Tucker is texting in, Nick, our blind friend listener who is a physical therapist.
Okay.
He says he can fix me.
Yeah.
He says, listen, we've known Tucker for years. Wouldn't want to have him as my driver, but I would certainly use him for his physical therapy.
Email me, Tucker, Preston at WMMR.com. And I should talk to Christine and maybe get in to see her.
He says he couldn't set up the Zoom because he can't see the screen. But he also said, Preston, that money back guaranteed. So if you want to go see Tucker, maybe that would help. Other people are texting in, by the way, beginning of a trip and sunburn, like a tropical vacation.
Oh,
and they just,
yes.
Dude, yeah.
Did you ever see you've seen what's the movie, The Sunshine Kid? Is that it?
I don't know.
The Heartbreak Kid. Which is they go on a honeymoon, and on the first day the new wife gets sunburned to a crisp and is literally in the hotel room, has to have ointment on, the whole thing.
Yeah, that happened to Rochelle and I one time.
Really?
Yeah, we went down to Florida, and first day out, we went out on the beach, and we sat out there for 3-4 hours or whatever, and she didn't put any sunscreen on at all. And I mean, we get it back to the hotel, get in the elevator, boom, she dropped like a ton of bricks. Passed out.
Yeah.
Passed out. And then that's when I found out what carrying dead weight is like.
Yes.
It's really hard.
It is, yes.
And so I had to drag her out of the elevator.
Did it look like the Diddy video?
And get her to the room, and then the rest of that 3-day stay.
Oh, no.
She was miserable. We were doing, when I was a kid, my parents would make me they would take vinegar and pour it in a bathtub. And so I was doing that to her, and she was solid red. And those burn marks, the non-burn area, the mark that leaves, was there for over a year.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
She got it bad.
She got some poisoning, I'm
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
You guys remember when Pat Croce was supposed to take a cross-country motorcycle trip? Yeah.
And not only that, nearly had to have his leg amputated. There was somebody hit into him or something on the motorcycle. I remember that.
It was at the beginning of the trip. They hadn't even started.
His foot was almost hanging
They were
off.
about to pull out of the parking lot, and his foot almost got severed.
Yeah.
So clearly they didn't go on the trip. Although I wouldn't doubt if Pat tried to play through the pain. But, All right. We have on Zoom, we are going to go to Tracy, who's got a story to share. Hi, Tracy. Morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Great, Tracy. So
Can you hear me?
Yes.
About to go on a trip, and you had something happen?
Yeah, my friend and I planned to run the Disney half marathon together.
Okay.
So we went with our spouses, planned this whole long weekend where we're going to visit the parks and have a great time. And from the airport, we took the Disney bus to the hotel. I stepped off the bus, and there was a curb there that I wasn't aware of, and I broke my foot.
Oh, my God.
You broke your foot getting off the bus to begin the marathon. Not running the marathon, not slipping or running over another runner who had a seizure. Nothing is romantic. Nothing is amazing. Just the curb did you in.
I just stepped off of the bus onto the Disney property. Yep, that's all I did.
Oh, my God. And that happens so often. Or at least maybe we just make more of it because it's like, why? And you've done all this planning.
Absolutely.
So did you then take advantage of a wheelchair and get to the front of the line at the rides while you were at Disney?
No, I'm not smart enough to do that. I walked on the broken foot for the rest of the trip.
Yeah, because that is a thing to do, though. I mean, she legitimately had a broken foot. You could have had that cut the line pass. You could have been in front of the Make-A-Wish kids.
Yeah, I wish you guys were with me.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it, Tracy. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
All right. We will go next to, via Zoom, Amanda, who wants to share her story as well. Hi, Amanda. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
So, a few years ago, my parents decided to plan a trip to Boston for St. Patty's Day weekend. 2 days before we left, I got a concussion.
2 days? How? How did you get the concussion?
I worked with kids that had disabilities, and some of them had a lot of aggression.
And so one of your kids gave you a concussion?
Yeah, I got headbutted.
Oh, my God. Now, listen, leading up to it, and this is, St. Patrick's Day in Boston is going to be legendary. Were you, because Preston was taking precautions. Were you?
I was excited to go because I'd never been there.
Yeah.
And my parents were like, "Oh, we'll drive up," because my sister was going to school up there.
Right.
So she was done, and my parents were like, "Okay, we'll just go up for St. Patrick's Day. We'll just do a family weekend away." And 2 days before I got the concussion, as soon as I got home and was told them I had the concussion, my mom being a nurse and my dad being in the medical field too, they're like, "You're not drinking. You're not enjoying it. You can go with us, but you can just sit there."
So yeah, so it's like Preston being the caddy on the golf course. Yeah. It's rubbing salt in the wound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate it.
Headbutt.
Yeah, not fun. All right, so we've got another caller, and I don't know if it's the same person that texted in or not because it's a similar story. So let's see if we can pull Andy up here, guys. I want to see. Andy! Oh, no, we lost Andy. Okay, it's all right. So I got this text that says, I planned a girls' trip to Cancun where we were supposed to party and drink. We paid for it. And then I got pregnant.
Oh, man.
That's why you go to Cancun.
I still went on the trip, and every waiter, when they asked me if I wanted to drink, I said, "No, I'm pregnant." And they would say, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
So sorry. That's when you just drink anyway and hope nothing goes wrong.
You pretend like you didn't know. It's kind of like when I had meat on Friday during Lent. I'm like, oh,
I didn't know.
I forgot.
Yeah. All right, we have her on now? Okay, so we'll check in with Andy. Hi, Andy.
Hi.
Hi. All right, was that your text I just read, or is this a different story? Cancun?
It might be different. Nope.
Okay. What's your story?
I was planning my 40th birthday party to go to Traverse City, Michigan, and we had planned to do kayak bike brew tour and go through the winery through the islands up there, and found out I was pregnant 3 weeks before. So I still went because at that point we're, not pay for anything. And then so basically became everybody's DD the whole time.
Well, let me ask you, in anticipation of this trip, did you ever consider the notion of not having sex for 9 months before?
Not when I was 40.
So here's the deal. Obviously you had all this stuff. Did you still enjoy the trip?
I did. It's beautiful up there. It's a great time, but at the same time, having to be someone's Uber to pick them up because I couldn't do any of the and kayak because I was high risk. So
Right.
Gotcha.
Did you have travel insurance, or would the thought of canceling and or delaying the trip ever been a possibility?
Not at that point. It would have just been canceled if we had not gone. And we had paid for everything at that point because it's only a few weeks out. So everything, condo.
Yeah. And it says your issue, Preston. It's all done. It's a fait accompli.
Got other people involved and that whole thing. So, all right. Well, thank you, Andy. Appreciate it.
God, what if you find out you're pregnant, Preston?
I know.
You're going to Florida, though. You can still, it's not like you're not going to enjoy yourself. And I know that they'll be gone most of the day, but, I'm assuming you're planning dinners and all that kind of stuff.
That's what it's now going to turn into. It's going to turn into, let's go get some great food. I'll go, get a massage or something like that.
Did you ever go to the restaurant at that Cockroach Hotel, or did you? It might be kind of fun.
Maybe.
You should probably drink during the day, though, because they're going to drink on the golf course, right? You need to be at their level when they get back.
You're right. Yeah.
No, I think they take their game a little bit more serious than that, where they're not getting schnockered or anything like that.
No, not hammered.
Now, listen, I didn't go to Italy to ski, but that was part of the trip, was to ski the Dolomites in Italy.
You were talking about it in anticipation. You were all set to go.
My knee, for some reason, just became unstable. Literally just walking, and then all of a sudden it would buckle left or buckle backwards or whatever. And I'm like, well, I guess I can't ski. But it actually ended up being a blessing in disguise.
Well, you got sick too.
Well, yeah, but it was a blessing in disguise because the weather at the Dolomites was terrible. You didn't even get the views because it was all foggy. So it was you couldn't even see 20 feet in front of you. So it ended up working out in my favor.
Here's a text says we were planning a vacation, go to the Adirondacks, go whitewater rafting, zip lining the day before. I was out riding my bike with my 10-year-old daughter, and we were doing tricks.
Oh, no.
I stood on the seat, over the handlebars.
Oh, God.
Flipped over, broke my wrist. Not the smartest thing. So, of course, we went to the Adirondacks, and I couldn't go whitewater rafting. I couldn't go zip lining. Didn't get to do any of
That's
that.
got to be a dad.
I wonder, it's a dad. I wonder about this. And you hear about it all the time. The self-imposed moratorium on risky behaviors prior to a paid trip or a trip you've been planning on for a long time. Also, just the very notion of you have a trip coming up, staying away from people for fear you'll get sick.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I told you guys I was going roller skating over the weekend. You're like, don't do it. You're going on a trip.
Don't do it.
Oh, Joe. All right, we're going to go next to Jake. Morning, Jake.
Morning, Preston. How are you guys doing?
Good, bud. All right, so your story involves golf as well, right?
It does. So in August, buddies and I went on a golf trip down to Maryland and everything like that, all the beautiful courses. It was all prepaid and everything like that. And, of course, all of us being dumb and in our 20s with the excitement of the first night, also fueled by a few beverages, decided to do Oklahoma drills where you lay down and get up and run full force at each other, basically.
Oh, my God.
Hang on. What's an Oklahoma drill?
You pretty much lay down on the ground, probably 10 feet apart. And then when the whistle blows or somebody says go or anything like that, you get up and just run at each other and try to put somebody down.
All right.
And usually one person's carrying a ball and the other one...
This is what guys do.
Yeah.
So, and you didn't see this as a potentially risky endeavor?
Definitely did. We definitely did. But luckily, I wasn't the one to get injured. It was one of my buddies. He tore something in his shoulder and ended up having to go to the ER, get it looked at, and he missed out on all the golf. All prepaid and everything. So it was
man.
Unfortunate for him.
Wow.
So don't do the Oklahoma drills prior to a golf trip. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
All
Yeah,
right.
definitely don't do that.
I've
Thanks,
never
Jake.
heard of Oklahoma
Appreciate
drills.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if I could if I could muscle or if I could,
Soldier
through this, I would. Several years ago, my buddies and I went to Alabama for a golf trip, and a tropical depression came through.
Yeah.
We played during that. We went out during the tropical depression. We played anyway.
Those are external forces.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do it. There's no way. That's the kind of pain.
Right.
It
hurts that much.
Yes.
Are you gonna talk to see Tucker?
I don't know.
He won't
Depends
see you,
on
but yeah.
where he is and if I can get over there.
You should try.
I don't know, maybe.
Listen, try voodoo. Try whatever you can.
When playing through the tropical depression, how many times did you quote Caddyshack saying that the heavy stuff wasn't going to come down for quite some time?
Dude, I shot like a 76 that day.
The greatest game of your life.
I keep playing. I mean, I was killing it.
Oh,
that
my
day.
God.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. It was a 78, but I did shoot in the 70s. All right. Here's another text says,
where'd it go?
Oh, where did it go?
Where did it go?
Where do it go now?
Dizzy Stradlin's birthday today.
This one?
All right. It says, in high school, we had tickets to go to Broadway and see Phantom. We had reservations at the Waldorf.
Nice.
My sister and I were so excited. Sister fell asleep on the couch the night before. My mom was helping her to her room, and they slipped on the kitchen floor, and my sister broke her jaw in 2 places.
Stop it.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you could still go, maybe.
Bravo! Bravo!
God, dude.
Bravo!
Oh, my Jesus. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's... like Kathy was saying, I mean, it's Florida. It's going to be warmer. I was looking at the forecast. I'm like, please be crappy here. Please be lousy.
Well, you don't want that if you're friends. Yeah.
But it's going to be, mid-50s next week or so, maybe mid-60s, but it's going to be really nice down in Florida. And I'll go visit my mom and sister real quick while I'm down there, too.
Go.
So I will get that out of it. But it is a bit of a tease.
But your buddy already had to tap out, didn't he?
Steve. So his wife was skiing about a month ago, a little less than a month ago, and she tore her ACL and MCL.
Holy hell!
So he had to bail on the trip because
it wasn't even his fault.
He's got to keep an eye on her.
Oh man!
So that was step 1. Now this is step 2.
So is it just you and
me and Jim and his brother Rick?
Have you ever met Rick?
I have not.
He's probably a great guy.
He is a great guy. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. I met him one time, and I've talked to him via FaceTime.
As part of the planning session.
We were actually staying at his house. He lives in Sarasota.
So Jim is a doctor, yes?
He's a doctor and a lawyer.
So
he's now a lawyer.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the deal.
Can he tape
Can he
your ribs
perform
up?
a quick surgery on you?
Yeah.
Only on my brain. Only on my spine because he was a...
I'd take Tucker out for a spin, seriously.
Neurological surgeon.
Yeah.
Or it's whatever. Anyway. He's neurosurgeon.
He's a neurosticker.
I'm looking for.
Smart guy.
Smart guy?
Smart guy.
What does he see in you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never have seen it. Here's another text. Says, on the first night of a 7-night cruise out of Los Angeles to Mexico, I got the neurovirus.
Oh, my God, no.
Quarantined to the room for 24 hours. And even once I was allowed to leave, I was still feeling seasick and never recovered from the whole trip.
But that's kind of the process. Even Kathy Lee Gifford sang about the neurovirus in the commercial. If you're taking a cruise, you kind of expect that you got your badge of honor. Yay!
Right.
You got his neurovirus.
Here's one. My buddies and I went to Mexico last September to see Metallica. Had a lot of travel issues getting there, and then the day of the show, we find out our tickets were fake.
Oh, that is a nightmare.
That's not so bad.
Fake tickets.
No.
Now, these are, like you said, Steve, these are outside forces.
Outside forces.
Said we went to the venue anyway, listened to the whole show outside, and then on our way back to the Airbnb, my phone got stolen, like right out of my damn pocket. And then to add insult to injury, Metallica actually recorded that concert for Apple TV.
So you could have seen it that way.
Yeah.
Son, these tickets say Metallica. Ricky Metallica.
Here's another Rick Metallica. Here's another one that says, supposed to go to West Virginia to race motorcycles at Summit Point. 3 days before, I crashed on 202 doing 170 miles an hour. Well, you probably shouldn't have been doing 170 on 202.
You see that when you're talking about it, kind of the walking on eggshells prior to the trip thing, that would not be a careful move.
I remember talking when we had Cal Ripken Jr. in the studio, asking him because he was approaching that milestone record. And I was like, were you like walking down the steps like one step at a time? He's like, no, you just kind of.
Who wasn't there an Eagles player who had a motorcycle and hurt himself or something?
No, it was Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, what happened?
He crashed on his motorcycle.
Hit his head or something?
Yeah, maybe. I just remember the picture of him as Sloth, and they called him Ben Slothlessberger.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you know what I think it was? No, I think it was that
people are very kind.
The Eagles, I forgot who it was. Casey was, I think it might have been his last season, and they gifted him a motorcycle, but they told him he couldn't ride it.
Yeah, generally
until after the
speaking,
season.
there are
Jeremiah Trotter might have been him.
Was it him?
Might have been him.
Yeah, usually you're not allowed to ride a motorcycle if you're a professional athlete.
Yeah, I would imagine. God, it just sucks so much.
Here's another text. Says my first time going to Myrtle Beach, I had knee surgery the day before. I was just supposed to be scraping my knee when they took my ACL out, and I wasn't able to get in the ocean. We only got to play 3 rounds of golf, which are like my worst 3 rounds ever because I couldn't put any support on my right leg. But my first shot, I hit a house.
He had surgery and he played the next day, Preston.
How about that? All right, we'll go to a Zoom. We're going to check in with John. Hey, John. Morning, bud.
Morning.
All right, John. What happened to you, man?
My wife and I were on our way to Puerto Rico for a vacation / funeral for my father at the time.
Ooh.
And she had a slight tooth infection of some kind that she wasn't worried about, but something happened from the pressure on the way down there. It got inflamed, and by the time we landed, she looked like she had elephantitis. Her whole face was ballooned.
Oh, my God.
That sort of stuff, I've heard issues with sort of dental surgery and things prior to a flight causing an issue. Did the doctors did they say that was a direct reason why she had this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had to, basically I landed, it was, we had my daughter, a friend of hers, our grandson from another daughter, and I got them all to our condo. And then I started calling doctors back home. They were calling doctors down there, pharmacists. It was a whole process to get her antibiotics and painkillers. And it was at least 3 days, the first 3 days of the trip, she was bedridden until she could finally come out. And
her face was completely blown up, right?
Oh, yeah, it did go down like 3-4 days later, but I'm telling you, she had 2 heads.
You couldn't even look at her, could you?
2 heads.
Why don't you kiss me?
Wow.
Jesus.
Did you take pictures of said swollen face?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You have to.
I got to keep those for posterity.
Here, listen to this. Smile, honey.
So pretty.
All right. Thanks, John. Appreciate
Honey, I'd like you to meet the
Good times.
Fratellis.
Wow, the Fratellis. Here's a text. Listen to this. And they finish this with, this is a true story. My great aunt missed riding on the Titanic. She got turned away while boarding because she was sick. So she missed a wet and wild ride. Yeah. Sometimes it works in your favor.
Yeah.
But for Jack, it did not.
No, for Jack. Yeah.
Could have lost that hand and the story would have been completely different.
All right. So, all right. Anyway, it happens. I'm going to make the best of it, have a good time, have some great food, enjoy the weather, do that whole thing, just not playing golf on a golf trip.
On your golf trip.
Golf trip of which I will not be able to play golf. Whatever, man. Worst things have happened.
Yes. The Titanic.
Should be all right. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
All right, don't forget, as we take a break, Tattoos Day today. If you're interested in winning a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo, go to WMMR.com and click on the contest button, and you can get entered to win that $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. They are located at 1729 South Street, and you can see their artwork samples at floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. But get on that now. We'll take a quick break, come back in a moment. Fran Dunphy's here. He is in our Acme Lounge, and we'll get him here in the studio in just a little bit. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Scorpions, and lo and behold, when you hit them at night, they will shine like a bluish, like a green, almost like neon. So my wife was about ready. You know, we found it, we put it back in the bin, and my wife was about ready to put the house up for sale.
So let me ask you: a black scorpion. What's the data on these? Are they venomous or what's the story?
They are, but they won't kill a human.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure because
Your wife didn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't care either.
You know, I think they, you know, I think they kill like rabbits and mice and stuff like that. So we still have one. One of them died, so that's good. But just a side story on this, then I'll let you guys get back to your job here. But the one had babies.
Oh my God.
Oh really?
Oh dear.
And when they have babies, these things are like translucent white, and there was about 75 of them, and they stay on.
Oh my God!
And they stay on top of the mother. But you got to separate them out. If you don't separate them out quick enough, the mother will start eating her own.
And that's the species we're talking about here, folks.
So
Eat
you
your
wonder
own
why?
young.
Right. When was the last time you went to a human maternity ward and saw mom chowing down on her kid?
All right, thanks, Tom.
Talk about horror stories. This is what nightmares are made of.
That's great. Thanks, man.
Nick, if you want, I'll send over some photos of the babies.
Yes, please.
And the neon, and you guys can post it. It is, dude, you won't sleep for days.
All right, I want to see it.
I'll be sure to show it to Kathy, too.
By the way, for just a moment while we were talking to Tom, I felt like a little tingle on my leg. I had to reach down. Make sure something was
A lot of people don't know that we keep a studio tarantula.
Oh my God, tarantulas freak me out. They're too big.
Yeah,
they're too big.
I was ever
And
since
they're-
the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, in case I don't know what it is. It looks like fur. I mean,
Yeah.
when you get up to
That's one of those things, Steve. I don't think I could ever do. I can hold a snake. I can hold a python and have you wrap it around my neck and stuff like that. But I don't think that I would allow a tarantula to crawl on me. And I know that it won't do anything to me, but I just don't care.
Preston, good rule of thumb: any bug whose hair you can comb is too big.
This sounds weird. I'm going to go to Dave. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Dave?
Hey, just real quickly. I had a friend who was moving, and he had a 6-foot Arizona cactus in a potted plant. And what happened was it started to sway left and right. My thumb got pricked from the cactus, and I ended up with 6 weeks with a paralyzed hand. And ended up, we had to take a sample of the cactus to the doctor's office, and he sent it out to a lab and found out that the base of the cactus had tarantula eggs, and the venom inside of the eggs and around the eggs went up through the roots of the cactus and in through the veins. So you get pricked by the...
Tarantula venom was coursing through the cactus. Once you pricked yourself on the cactus, that venom was discharged into you.
Yes.
Holy hell.
Oh, my God.
F cactus.
That's the most freak thing I've ever heard. And your hand was paralyzed for 2 months?
Yeah, almost 2 months. Yeah, and I had to go through rehab to get the fingers moving again.
Oh, my God, you poor thing.
And then I found out when birds fly into these kinds of cactus out in Arizona and stuff, that it's not really the pricks that kill the bird, it's the venom inside of the pricks that, you know.
It's always the venom inside the prick.
So these are tarantula cactus that we need to
do
be
these
aware of?
things drive?
Oh my God! Wow, Dave, I've never heard of that before. That's bizarre. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tarantula cactus.
Man, okay.
That's like flying tigers.
Yeah.
I don't quite buy that story. I've never heard of anything like that before.
I haven't either. That's okay. We'll have to check the validity of
What
that.
happened to him?
What's that?
Right? It wasn't a friend story, right?
Yeah,
No,
no,
no, I mean, like, I believe his story. I've never heard of anything like that before. It just seems too bizarre to be true.
All right, let's go to somebody who's just terrified by spiders. I'm going to go to Andrea, or her ex-husband. And say, Andrea, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Andrea?
Well, first of all, I'm really regretting tuning into this show because it's really creeping me out.
Yeah, that's all right.
I would have to rehome the child that ordered the scorpion.
Enough of that nonsense.
I had a going in because my ex-husband is absolutely terrified of spiders. to the point where I don't even particularly care about spiders. I don't like them, but I had to pretty much get over it and just be able to crush a spider with my bare hand at all times because of his panic.
Right.
And he called me one day from work freaking out because he was just at work wearing a hoodie or whatever that he had there. And he happened to catch movement out of the corner of his eye, and he looked over. There's a hole in his hoodie sleeve, and just very slowly 2 black spiders were crawling out of that hole in his sleeve.
Oh, okay.
They were inside his sleeve with his bare arm, and he didn't know how long. There were just spiders in his sweater.
So
I'm
he
never
had
wearing clothes again.
He was just mortally terrified, full-blown arachnophobia.
Full panic attack, freaked out, took off his sweater, screaming. Coworkers know how bad it was. And all these men who are always just terrible to each other, heartless men, just all working together. Everybody stopped to try and take care of him.
Yeah.
And he called me in a panic, begging me to find his Xanax and bring him his Xanax.
Oh.
Wow. So Andrea,
I had to leave and drive the 20 minutes to his job right away and take him Xanax, and he was still shaking and couldn't breathe because just 2 large black spiders crawled out of his sleeve like a horror movie.
So what would happen when an occasional spider would be found, say, in the bathroom or around the house?
He would call me if I wasn't home, be like, how long until you come home? There's a spider in the plant. Can you come get it? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
we
that's
pulled
fear.
into a Walmart one time, and I was driving. Thank God I was driving, because we parked the car, and he just screamed and jumped completely into my lap from the passenger side because a spider propelled down from the ceiling of the car.
Oh! It's got to be debilitating because you're going to encounter a spider.
Yes.
Just by living.
Yep. Wow.
No, it is debilitating. He's had to lock up his truck and jump out of his truck in the middle of the street because there was a spider in his truck and he was by himself and it was coming towards him.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's hilarious. All right, thank you, Andrea.
That's too much.
Appreciate it. That's
apparently-
legit fear, man.
Yeah, there's a Twitter account called Recluse or Not, and people can send pictures to help identify whether or not the spider they're taking a picture of is
Instantaneously, they'll get back to you because sometimes you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a follow-up on the tarantula cactus thing. Connor found this posting. It said the tarantula might lay eggs on the cactus, but not in it. Even if the spider would happen to crawl in a cactus and lay eggs, the plant wouldn't explode when they hatched. They do not nest in plants. Tarantulas normally live in burrows in the ground, and they hatch their eggs there. So this is, I guess, maybe an urban legend that a cactus can explode.
I don't think I was ready to. Yeah.
Tarantula babies.
Shower you in tarantula babies.
I mean, tarantulas aren't that venomous either, right? So it would be so diluted by the time that it got to the spine. I mean, that was an interesting story. There's something about it that didn't quite add up.
I don't know. I'm staying away from those tarantula cactuses.
So he said
Cacti.
the tarantula babies in cacti story is false, according to Snopes. So, all right. Well, anyhow, it sounded pretty interesting. We do need to take a break. I thank you for that. And watch out for the new Joro spider, fresh from Asia, taking over the southeastern United States, which means it'll head up to the south or northeastern states.
They're planning on it, yeah.
We'll see. All right. Well, listen, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Ray is going to be performing at Punchline on Wednesday night, and we're going to talk to him when we return. Make sure you stay with us. Very much, Kathy. Coming up on the program a little bit later on this morning, we're going to have actress Ali Sheedy joining us to talk about Single Drunk Female. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Always wanted to talk to Ali Sheedy.
Yeah. I mean, look at her run of movies at a certain point in her career, starting back with War Games and going all through, all the
Breakfast
John
Club
Hughes stuff,
and-
Breakfast, St. Elmo's Fire. I mean, come on.
So we'll talk to her, and we also have some Impact wrestlers that are coming in this morning. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour because it's a big event in South Philly. It's South Philly Showdown, the 18th and 19th. So we'll get to all that in a little bit. I got an email from somebody yesterday, and I was like, oh, this would be great to talk about. And then I realized after looking a little bit further into this link that it's not exactly what I thought it was. Okay, so it's a teacher slang word. So people who work in the teaching industry, it says 30 words for educators only. And I thought that this was legitimate slang that was used, but upon further reading, it's actually things that should be used in slang or should be slang terms.
Its very existence might cause that to happen.
Maybe.
Because, we were kind of talking about this, and I think a lot of occupations have code speak for when they are in general public situations.
Yes.
So you may not know what you're hearing. It seems rather benign, but they're actually communicating in a way you don't understand. I think that's a standard. So you provide a good list for teachers. I'm sure they might use it.
Yeah, so work terms are definitely, it's another language. Like if you went into somewhere that is not your field and you're sitting, you could be lost in conversation. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, we use our own terms here for, certain things like, commercials are called spots.
Yeah.
And there's the faders. We call those pots sometimes.
Or a puker.
A puker, yeah,
Right.
which is somebody who talks like this on the radio. That's a puker.
You can imagine what a prize pig is.
Yep, somebody who's constantly winning everything all the time.
Right.
Those are prize pigs. It has been, we didn't make that up. That's
No,
what it's been
forever.
for a long time in the industry.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of terms that are used. And feel free to share yours, those we may not be familiar with from whatever industry you work in. So here's a couple of examples. And at first I was like, okay, I didn't know they use these words. But apparently these are ones that they would hope they would use. So Crayola is a term. The definition is it's a riff on cray-cray. Crazy off the walls.
Okay.
So using a sentence was, my class was Crayola today. I almost lost my shiitake mushrooms.
Okay.
I like that.
So here's another one, which is, I like this one too. Shebay, which is is an acronym where you take the initials and okay. So should have been an email. SHBAE.
Okay.
That staff meeting was totally shebay this afternoon. I like that.
I think there's a big application for that. We've used variations on that already.
Yeah.
When you're talking, that's, again, I love code speak because a lot of times you don't want to, hurt someone's feelings but you need to communicate and get the message across.
So you have a shebay and probably a chubay. So it should have and could have.
Right. Could have been an email. Yeah. Chebay. Chebay. All right. How about this one? A chopper, which equals helicopter, meaning helicopter parents. Yes.
Right.
So using it in a sentence, Josh's parents are total choppers, and it all makes so much sense now. And helicopter parents is that's a slang term.
Yes, absolutely.
So
constantly hovering.
All right. So for teachers, here's another potential slang term: gray. Definition is spending all night or all weekend grading papers. My weekend was totally gray.
There's a big nod to Snoop Dogg with this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Another slang term might be IBH. Inappropriate but hilarious. One of my students said something so IBH today, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud in class. As a teacher, that's got to be tough, man. When a kid says something that's technically not supposed to be, is off board, and you find it hilarious.
I used to get that all the time. I would be the deliverer of the stuff that would fall into that realm, and if you could get the teacher to laugh, it was always a good sign.
I didn't know what the word douche was when I was in school.
Right.
But I was using it like because I had heard it before.
Right.
And so I didn't get in trouble for it, but the teacher was like, dude. And I was like, what? I'm like, I didn't know what I was saying, but it was almost like Batman. Bam, pow. I was going like douche. And I had no clue.
Douche. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like a punch sound.
It actually is douche. Yeah, that would work. I would believe you if you told me you had no idea.
But I was purposely saying the word douche. I wasn't making a
menstrual
sound.
Menstrual cup.
Pad.
Yeah, condom.
Kotex. Diaphragm.
Oh my God! Here's some text coming in. This says someone who is always in the ER is known as a frequent flyer.
A frequent flyer.
That's funny.
I'd heard the term Gomer back in the day, which was short for "get out of my ER." Gomer. There's a
Interesting.
Gomer out there.
Or it could literally be Jim Neighbors.
Nick, there was one on here, and I can't say. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. So a carpenter or framer. All right, I can't say the word, but you can.
I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday. Hair is 1/32 of an inch.
If you're a carpenter,
I love that.
No, it's just it's
so a C hair is 1/32 of an inch.
It's an actual measurement.
Wow.
I love that.
What's a D hair then?
What's the other one you were going to highlight, Nick? HVAC?
Yeah.
All right, rotten cotton. means insulation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. So we got wind of our next guest retirement a couple of weeks ago, and we said we got to have him on.
Yes.
He's one of the nicest guys we've ever met, and help put an event that we do at Camp Out for Hunger on the map, which is our Mini Hoops Madness, which is what we call it now. Yeah. But after 30 years of being a head coach, he has hung it up in that regards. But years with Penn and Temple on LaSalle. Ladies and gentlemen, Fran Dunphy is with us this morning in our studio. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm disappointed at how poorly I shot fouls at the Phil Abundance.
It was pretty bad.
It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad.
But... your skill is as a coach. So.
I'll tell you that thing.
Yeah, but I used to be a player. I still want to be one.
Yeah.
That particular, it's funny to see who comes in and who excels and who, and you seasoned athletes will even take a crack at it and go, what the hell? Because you're not playing the actual game. It's a hybrid version of the sport.
No, you got to be a good knick-knacker.
That's it.
You got to be good at pinball machine. You got to be good at ping pong. You got to be good at stuff like that.
But all the coaches that come in, they all mention it and how they did.
Yeah, they get excited about it. My good friend Steve Donahue was a killer at it. He was tremendous at banking him in, and I never got that concept.
I mean, you really have to be a superstar Dave and Buster's to succeed at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Fran, when were you first hooked with basketball? When did that first sink its hooks into you? You remember?
Yeah, I think just sports in general. When you were a kid, there wasn't a whole lot. I grew up in the city, so you were out on the street. You're playing stickball, half ball, hose ball, whatever ball you could do. But then there was a playground close by us, Shaw Junior High, that had a basket and a court. It was great. And I anything to do with sports I was into. Yeah. I wasn't a great student, so I needed to fill my time with something, and sports happened to be it. So
it was magical when you found, we had a couple of schools, and maybe they'd refurb the basketball court outside or whatever, and it was... You could go spend hours, even if you weren't that much into it. It was like Valhalla to go have a place where you could play any kind of ball. It was wonderful.
And I as a high school student, I was a football, basketball, and baseball guy, and I loved every one of those seasons. But basketball just presented itself as a high schooler, and then got a chance to play in college at LaSalle, and I'm very grateful for that. And then on the coaching side of it, I wasn't going to be a coach, but my old high school came to me and said, well, Malvern Prep needs a new coach. I said, well, that's great. I hope they get one. No, we want you. And I said, nah, not really. I'm good. I'm good where I am.
And you had never coached before?
I coached. I was actually at West Point when I was in the Army in 1971-72 season. But I didn't do a very good job, I can guarantee it. But I was an enlisted man in the Army, and I got this duty, which was unbelievable in that season of 71-72, and I did it for a while. But a couple years later, that's when Malvern came to me. Okay. But I wasn't sold on coaching at that point, probably because I wasn't very good at it.
Well, from what I understand, you were kind of enjoying life at the time. You were, I think, bartending and playing golf, right?
Golf, lots of golf.
Lots of golf.
I wasn't as good as Preston, but I was playing.
And so but when the switch finally clicked and you said, okay, did you ever? I mean, let me ask the broader question. Was there that one moment where you felt, okay, this is my calling, coaching?
Yeah, I think once you get involved, when you're the head coach, and I did it in high school, but then when I got a chance to be the head coach at the University of Pennsylvania in 1989, and just started working with the guys, and you could see them start to blossom and get to be really good players, but more than that, just growing as people. And I think when that happens to you, you feel like you have an effect on them, and the reality is, though, they're teaching you as much as you're teaching them. Because you're still growing too.
Or should be, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, and then when you achieve a level of success, I think that's really what happens to you. And you can't do that without really good players.
So the first time that you're brought in your Army and you start to coach, were you just kind of making it up as you went along, or did you have someone that kind of showed you the way of what being a coach is about?
Very much so. My high school basketball coach then became the head coach at United States Military Academy at West Point. So I coached under him for that 6-month period of time.
Okay. There you go.
And so I just was trying to be sponge-like and figure out exactly what he was doing, and I could copy it, but I didn't do it quite as well as he did. But guy's name is Dan Doherty, or was Dan Doherty, and I don't know where I'd be without that guy, to be honest with you.
It's interesting. I was telling these guys earlier, I was listening to Phil Martelli talk about you, and you mentioned, a number of people have mentioned this aspect to you, and I think the great coaches have this. They love the sport, and they love, the joy and the excitement they're going to provide, but you embraced early the ability to help shape young minds, to make young men, to make good people, to help people realize their dreams and become fully realized humans, and that is such a gift that your legacy in and above this and the stats will live on. I mean, that's got to be an amazing thing to comprehend.
It is. However, it doesn't present itself immediately. It's when they get to be 25 and 30 and 40, and they come back and the conversations change, and they say to you, I never really got what you were talking about. I get it now. It's just that same transition that we all make when our fathers got way smarter. The older you got,
no, that's interesting.
He got, the smarter he got. Right?
Yeah, no, that does make it is. So you plant the seeds, but you don't get the produce until a couple of years go. Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
The results are not immediate.
Coach, did you ever spend time or get to know Jim Valvano at all?
I didn't have a lot of time with Jim. I did with his younger brother, Bob. He and I were college assistant basketball coaches at the same time, but understood how good Valvano was, and they were talking about him last night being the youngest guy to win a national championship at the age of 37. I had no idea he was that young before I heard that stat last night. But he was a special guy, and interesting to watch the relationship of Valvano and Mike Krzyzewski, where they were at each other's throats for a while, but then they became best of friends when Jim Valvano got sick with cancer.
Yeah, I mean, the ACC rivals, and then, watching him run around the court when NC State won.
Looking for somebody to hug.
Looking for somebody to hug. It's iconic. But not that long ago, I rewatched his speech at the ESPYs. It's 10, 15 minutes long, and I just was crying by the end of it. It's so moving, and it's he knew that he probably he didn't have much longer, but it was just this perspective on life that was just so fulfilling, and looking back and watching it later, knowing what his fate was, I'm glad that I did. And so he's just one of these guys where, like, you just talk about life lessons. Anything that Jim Valvano ever said, I almost take as gospel.
Yeah, he was inspiring. And there's a ESPN piece, 30 for 30 kind of thing, where they chronicle all that year that they went to the Final Four and won it all. And the way that those guys talk about him in the reverence that is sort of sacred, that's what you really want out of all of this. And you get it with your assistant coaches, and you get it with the players on your team. But that camaraderie is what we're all after as coaches, because while the success of winning a tournament is immediate and it's there in front of you, those relationships are forever, and that's what you want.
I was reading an interview with you, and you were talking about the nature of college sports, and obviously in particular college basketball, and that you weren't sure if it could sustain as it is now. It seemed that you were hopeful for a change. What change do you think needs to occur for it to have a longer-term prospect?
Yeah, I wish I had the exact answer, Steve, to be honest with you. I know there's a centering coming, but right now we're in free agency.
Yeah.
So if you don't like where you are, or you want to, you can get a better deal, you can make that happen. Originally, when you transferred, you had to sit out a year. Now you don't have to sit out a year, so it's immediate. And that's okay. We also are in, there's no salary cap that we have. So there's kids that are getting paid millions of dollars to play this. So the idea of amateur sports is not alive in college basketball or football at this point.
We talked about it, and Nick had mentioned this, and made me think about it. The zeal, the energy that used to be associated with it seems to have diminished greatly.
Especially in
Philadelphia. And do you think that's completely relevant to what you just said?
Yeah, to an extent. Like, for example, LaSalle is a small university, and we're trying to find our way. There are what they call Power Four conferences now that are running the show, and football is really driving the bus at this point because of the money and the opportunities that people have to make money. And I'm okay with our kids making money. That's great. But I don't know that the model that we're presently in can sustain. And Nick, you just talked about this. We're in Philadelphia. It's different. We don't have one of those none of our schools are in these power conferences that are really, that's where the power of NCAA is right now in the power conferences. So
I mean, I miss it, and growing up, Casey and I are the same age, and the St. Joe's and Nova rivalry, and watching Penn make the NCAAs when you were the head coach, like, to me that was super exciting. And I always loved March Madness. I loved doing the brackets, but it was especially exciting when John Chaney was coaching an incredible team in the 80s with Temple Owls, and you coaching the teams that you've coached to the tournament over the years. It's sad for me because it really was a part of my youth and my 20s. It was something that I paid a lot of attention to. I just pay less attention to it now.
And I think that's a little because none of the Philadelphia schools in recent, when Jay obviously was at Villanova, he was knocking it dead, and phenomenal coach, great guy, and very happy for his success there. But that he was on top of the world there. The rest of us are just trying to find our way. And at this point, even our Atlantic 10 conference is starting to look like a single bid league. So if you win the conference tournament, you can go to the NCAA tournament. But it used to be where we would get 2 and 3 and perhaps 4 teams go to it within the league, and we're struggling with that at this point because of the power being in the power conferences.
Let's talk something a little more serious. I'm looking at some pictures of you right now, Coach. Let's talk about the mustache phase that you went through here, and why decided to get rid of that.
Well, it was one of my players, to be honest with you. Here's what happened. So this young man, Deontay Christmas, was one course from graduating. In 2008. In 2008, he didn't graduate. He wanted to go try to be in the NBA, and I was all for that. Said you need to come back and graduate. The next summer he doesn't graduate, so I'm a little ticked at him. And I said, you know what? If you graduate, I've had this mustache for 40 years. It was a good mustache. It was.
It's solid.
2-bedroom, 2-bath condo. It was good. And I said, I'll shave this thing if you graduate and finish this one last course. And I didn't hear from him. And I said, as a matter of fact, if you don't graduate, I'm not going to ever claim you as my son or as I coached you or anything else. I'm not going to talk about you at all. So the following year, he comes. I see him walking around, but he's not near me. And finally, in the August of 2009, he presents me with this text message that says, "Coach, get your razor ready." So he had graduated, and I opened my big mouth, and I had to follow through. We had a press conference. I was shaving it during the press conference. The reality was, I said, "You're making this all about me right here." And he was sitting right here, and I said, "This young man is the first person in his family to graduate. He's a phenomenal kid. He played the game with such great joy. I loved being around him." And he finally graduated, and I said, he deserves to be in the NBA. That's how good a player and a good a kid he is. And he finally made it. He made it to the Phoenix Suns that following year. I was just so proud of him. And now, ironically enough, he's a coach.
Oh, no kidding.
All right, quick question. Does he have a mustache?
He's got a bunch of stuff going on.
Everybody talks about your coaching accomplishments, but that's part of it. Like when you work with college students, the fact that he just needed one class, had you not maybe said that to him, maybe he wouldn't have gotten the degree. And, the fact that he came back, finished the one class, and then got the degree, that's all part of your coaching, too. And it's great that you do that.
Well, I hope so. And I think that's one of the things you try to do when you get these young people in your charge is to hold them accountable. And everything you say and everything you do has a consequence to it, good or bad. So pay attention to all of those things. And if you can be the best human that you can be, then you're on a good track. If you're good human being and you work hard, life's going to be okay for you.
Yeah. So I know John Chaney used to have morning practices. He's the only coach that I'm aware of. Did you hold your practices in the morning? And I know I heard that he had done it to keep his kids out of trouble, so that, we got practice at 5 a.m., so let's go to bed early, that type of thing. Did you employ that tactic?
I did not.
Okay.
Case, to be honest with you. Here's what I did. I first got the job. I surrounded myself with these kids on a given day, and I said, okay, here's the lay of the land. These are the rules I want to go by. And I said, any questions? And one kid raises his hand. I said, yeah. He said, are we going to practice at 5:30? And so I thought for a second and said, yes. And then I said, PM. They all jumped up, gave me a big hug. But Cheney had his way of doing things, and there was some court issues too, where they didn't have the court time always. But at 5:30, nobody else was doing that, so he had free reign.
That's great.
You're just tuning in. Fran Dunphy is here with us, retiring after 30 years, head coach in Philadelphia basketball. Are there's so many great sports movies. Basketball has some great films. Are there any that stand out to you that either ones you really enjoyed or that kind of got it right in the way things go?
Well, I think everybody in basketball probably loves Hoosiers.
Yeah.
It just was, and while it was a basketball story, it was really a story about humanity and people, and that's what this is. It really comes down to. So I think that's probably my favorite one. I don't know that there's a lot of other basketball-driven stuff. There's a lot. That's why I like to watch these documentaries because they tell a story about people's lives. One of my assistant coaches over the last 3 years was the first cousin of Kobe Bryant, and we would talk often about Kobe and his drive to be the best. It was, in some ways, maniacal. He just had to get all of this stuff done. And it's remarkable to watch it. And then he finishes, and then he leaves us way too early.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was just becoming the man he was going to be. And he was obviously a phenomenal athlete and player and a driven guy. And that was all to be admired. But I think we lost out on how we would have admired him even more as a human later on in his life.
We hear a lot about the elites, the greatest of the greats who work really hard, and they achieve this goal, this almost unattainable goal of being the greatest. Mm-hmm. But how many stories out there are people who work just as hard and get just good enough to be in, and to maintain that level, still work that hard? There's got to be tons of stories like that.
No question about it. Like even last night's game where Houston comes within one play of winning a national championship, and it changes the lives of those kids and the coach, Kelvin Sampson, who's an unbelievable coach. And it's so fragile what we do. The winning and losing is so fragile. Yeah. It's a made shot at one end and a missed shot at the other, and that's how games are often decided. And it's just crazy, but it never involves you working less hard, though. You're driven. You want to do the best you can every single day, every single year, because you got a different team and a different group of guys that deserve your attention.
I didn't stay up to watch it last night. My son did. My son's a huge basketball fan, and so he texted me about it after I went to bed, the NCAA championship game last night. So I watched the last minute when I got into work this morning, and it was heartbreaking. And like the dude goes up to take a shot, almost gets blocked, so he drops the ball, and then there's this literally 4 seconds, right? But it just seemed like an eternity of the ball sitting there, and nobody could figure out exactly what to do. And then you blink, and it's over. And I felt terrible for the Houston kid. Of course you did.
I'm looking at Kelvin Sampson at the end, and the emptiness of his feelings and face showed this. Just what do I do now?
Yeah.
And there's no more practice, and the season's over, and there's like that face right there that's a killer.
Gosh. Yeah,
basketball, especially collegiate basketball. Well, I guess in professional too. You know, you can have 2 minutes left on the clock. We got a good 30 minutes before anybody's going anywhere, man. It ain't over.
Because there's 3 timeouts each. And you're using them all, and they seem like they're 5 minutes apiece.
Is that when most of the strategy comes into play? Or those last crucial, all right, we gotta really strategically figure out what we're going to do now?
There's a couple things that are involved here. One is you really need good players who feel the game, and you've practiced countless hours of all of these last minute, last second plays. And then whatever play you run, you need some cooperation by the defense to allow you to do it.
Right.
Last night, Houston plans a play at the end of the game, and Florida's defense was just very, very good at that point. And then that's where the kids take over, this poise that they need to have at the end of a game. That's where the great ones flourish. The game slows down for them. They see it in a much more slow motion fashion, and they just make this shot fake. The guy goes by, and they make one dribble, and they shoot a shot, and it goes in the basket, and you say, that's why they.
It's very cinematic.
Yeah, and
very cinematic.
I love to talk to basketball minds about why a player is so good. I look at players like Luka Doncic, right? What does he do that makes him so good? And I want to ask specifically about Cooper Flagg, who is probably going to be the number 1 draft pick in the NBA this year. What makes him so good? Why is he so good?
Yeah, I think that, again, they see the game differently than the rest of us. The game slows down for them. They have this poise about them that is remarkable. Like Doncic is ridiculous with his poise. He just knows how to play better than most do.
But he's not flashy.
Things. No, he's slow.
Yeah. That's what blows my mind. I'm like, he looks like he's like running in molasses.
That's exactly right. I had a kid, Khalif Wyatt, played for me at Temple. He could probably jump about this high.
Like an inch.
He didn't need to, but he was big, he was strong, he was so smart.
Yeah.
And what you do as a coach at the end of his career, because you're not smart enough and you're too insecure when you are younger, to give him the requisite ownership. But, at 4 minutes to go and the timeout occurs, 4 minutes in the game, and you sit there and you say, all right, what do you want to run? And you say it to your best player because he's out on the floor doing the work. And you give him ownership. And that's when you get, I think, pretty good as a basketball coach. You want to give as much ownership as you can.
I think seeing the court and seeing everything in motion, and the way you phrase it, almost like the way, the superhero, the Flash, sees things, because he's so he's seeing everything in slower motion and can read in chess fashion where things are likely to go, and you need that person. So, and it's very telling about you as a coach that you would say in your younger years you're going to default to the flashier player, but you mature and then realize who are the real tools who can get things done the way you want them to get done and give them their due.
They see all these guys see the game a play ahead of what you see.
Right.
The pass that leads to the pass that leads to the layup. Given one quick story about this kid, Khalif Wyatt, as a freshman, drove me crazy because I just wasn't used to somebody being this alert and ready to go. I said, you and me, we're not going to work because you want to do one thing, I want to do another. I told him, give me 5 schools that you want to transfer to. I'm going to drive you there.
Wow.
And he looks, luckily he doesn't pay attention to me. And because the next year he comes back and he's the 6th man of the year. And the next 2 years he's the player of the year in the league. So
wow.
Smart.
Wow.
Knucklehead was I. But luckily, and now, you know what he is today? He's a coach.
Of course.
There you go. There you go.
Have you been in the
figure.
huddle where there's a guy like Jimmy who just goes, I'll make it? Like that, the dude,
Hoosiers.
like the Hoosiers line, like knowing that poise that you're talking about, like, and a guy like Kobe, where you he gets the ball, he's going to do what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, you got to trust in those kids, and you see them every day. You're working with them every single day. We had a game at St. Bonaventure this year, and we were down 1 with 2.5 seconds left to go, and you call timeout, and you're struggling. I don't know if it's the play A, play B, or play C. Finally, you just say, hey, give it to him, let him make a play. And one of our guys, Deuce Jones, rises up, makes a bank shot, we win the game. And people are saying, that was a great play. What, are you kidding? Gave it to our best player and told him to go do a good thing.
That's not even a play. All right, so 30 years, 623 wins in your career as a head coach. Of those 623 wins, how many did they win because of what you did?
Seldom.
Yeah?
Seldom. And you know what? All those wins you hardly remember. You know what you remember? Are the losses that just stay with you forever. We had a 27-point lead against Princeton 1 year I was coaching at Penn, and there's no way we could lose the game. However, we stopped playing well, and they start playing great, and we lose the game. And at that point, we lose the game by 1. I would have sold my soul to the devil for 2 more points. 20-some years later, I wouldn't trade that for anything because that same group of guys got together. They don't lose the rest of the season. We go to the NCAA tournament. Our last game is at Princeton, our biggest rival, and we win the game going away. And those kids, they gave me this peaceful feeling as I'm sitting in the locker room after the game. You can't replace that.
Yeah.
The peace that you find at the end of a game that was hard fought and you won, there's nothing like that peace. And that's what you aim for all the time.
It's wild because you're describing life philosophies in a way, and there's a time at which you let the river carry you along, and there's a time when you really try to orchestrate, and both forces can work simultaneously. But like we joke about, are there any hard and fast rules if we go talk about how we got to where we are? You do your best,
absolutely,
and that's it. You talk about being also a good human, and coaches versus Cancer is such a great organization. And one of the things that we enjoyed so much about having you out to the Camp Out for Hunger is the familial aspect of everyone stepping in and supporting the cause. And I mean, that's so near and dear to your heart. What has that meant to you throughout your career?
It's been a great deal because we feel like we've made a difference. However, and while we've done some really good work, we've got more to do because there's still a phone call that comes in and says, hey, my cousin has prostate cancer. What do I do? All right, here's what you do. Here's a plan that we have, and I'm going to give you this doctor's name, and you need to call him and call him right away. Those kinds of things are awesome. Again, it gives you that peaceful feeling that you're actually helping others. I think of the camp out stuff that we've done with you guys, and after a couple of days of doing this, at the end of the day, you've done great work. You've helped so many people. So you can walk away from that project that you guys have saying, you know what, I did good work today. Yeah. It's really pretty cool. And we all do it at the end of our days, I believe. You lay back on that pillow and you say, man, I really did a good job today. Or you have the other one, I did a crappy job. I didn't talk to that kid the right way. I gotta fix it tomorrow.
It's the same way we phrased it for years. We've talked about, Preston and I talk about the notion of when you put your head on the pillow, did you try to, make it a little bit better for people? Did you not, were you a good person? Did you try to be a good person? That's the best you can do.
Yeah. I coached my son's basketball team. It's just CYO ball, but I coached them from 5th grade, and then they do CYO high school ball. And I had several conversations. Listen, I had no business coaching basketball whatsoever. I just raised my hand, and then I had the job for 7 years or whatever. But, one of the my biggest lessons was telling them like how not important what we're doing right now is, like on the court. Like it doesn't matter. I'm like, you're not going to remember like who won the championship or who did this and who did that, but like you're going to see each other 30 years down the road, 20 years down the road, 25 years down the road, and like you want to be good to each other now so that you have like good feelings 2 decades from now. Do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I go back to telling our kids all the time, there's Fred Shiro was the famous hockey coach for the Flyers back in 75, 76, and they were going to play the 7th game of the Stanley Cup championship, and he walked in the locker room before the game. They were tied 3-3, and he writes down, win today, and we walk together forever. Well, those same Flyers, they stayed together. They stayed in Philly, and they were best of friends for like the next 40 years. There's nothing like that. That's what, being on teams, there's nothing like it. When we're all on teams, we're all on our families' teams, and is it good?
I want to go back to Hoosiers for just a moment because it could be the greatest sports movie ever made. But there's a scene, Gene Hackman's character, to teach the team a lesson because he's in the infantile stages of creating a team. And they're being resistant, and they're kind of going outside of what he suggests. A guy fouls out, and he sits them out, and they have to play shorthanded. Did you ever have to sacrifice the good of the team to prove a point in your career?
Well, a number of times we do it. We talk about it all the time. I mean, our job is to get these guys that degree. Or it was. I don't know. I think we're limiting that these days because it's not the value of the education isn't like it was 20 years ago. It's just not. So let's say a kid, he's got an academic assignment and he doesn't do it. So, okay, well, then if you don't do it, then don't come to practice today. I'll give your job to the guy behind you. You'll do that? It's not a big deal. The guy works just as hard. He may not be as talented as you, but works just as hard as you do. So we'll give him a chance. Well, I'm not forfeiting that. Okay, well then go to class, be on time, raise your hand, sit in the front, be attentive, and all of a sudden that works. And at the end of the day, their grade point averages are okay, and because I was a knucklehead. Don't be like I was. Do as I tell you, not as I did.
That's wild. So you've had a life of team building exercises to the civilian. What do you think is the best way to bring a group of people together? What's the best thing, the best tactic? You can't sit somebody out in real life sometimes, but what's the best way to mobilize a team and get people on the same page?
I don't know how you guys feel about it, but when you show your vulnerability, then you show your humanity and that you are just a regular Joe. And I think that's important. And when you get that message across to all of those guys that are with you, and it's not about you individually. It's always about the team. I marvel at Coach K as a college basketball coach, and then what he did with the Olympic team. And he's got Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and all these guys playing together as a team, sacrificing for the team. And, of course, they won everything.
Yeah.
And there's, again, nothing like that. So sacrifice yourself for the good of the greater good of the team. And I think that's what the message you're always giving out there. But I do think it could be as simple as you being the first seat on the bus, get off the bus right first, pull the latches up and start taking the bags off the bus.
Well, can I ask something?
Things like that.
I saw an article on Threads, or pop up, which is a thread line, whatever you call Threads. But it was talking about courtside fashion and the coaches these days, and how it's become, Jay Wright sort of had his, who's known as a dapper dresser. But there's some criticism going back and forth. What do you think? What is there a purpose to the way you dress as a coach? Is there a message you send? Is there too much emphasis placed on it? Where do you think it falls in the pecking order?
Well, I'm looking at that great picture of me up there in a suit. I wore the suit because we're on a business trip.
Yeah.
This is a business that we're trying to, and that's what we always did. And I'm paying homage to the old guys when I do that. There was a couple of games where I just wore I had this sort of costume on.
Right, yeah.
And we didn't win those games, so I quickly threw that away and went back to the suit. Not that we won a whole lot of those, but
it's a power statement.
I just think it's a statement that when you're here, that the confines of that court are 94 by 50, and when you're on that, let's be attentive to everything detail-wise that we can be, and then when it's over, like you're saying, Case, then it's over. We're walking away and we're being best of friends. But during that 2-hour period of time, we're going to be attentive to what the most important project that we have going for us, and that's try to win the game. And try to, more than that, win every possession, because the more possessions you can win, the fact is you're going to win that game.
Coach, with 30 years under your belt, retirement now, obviously there are a lot of great things that you're going to miss about that. What will you not miss? Because I know someday when we hang it up, I'm going to not miss getting up at 3:45 to go to work in the morning. What will you not miss about the stresses of being a collegiate coach?
I used to say that I won't miss the agita before the game, and that's what we get. We're the craziness of what your stomach is and the butterflies and all that. And then when the ball goes in the air and the game starts, well, those all go away because you're into the moment.
Yeah.
So I will miss that. I'll miss, while I hated the agita, I'm going to miss the agita.
Okay.
And because it was, that getting ready for something. And the biggest fear that we all have is my team prepared? Have I done every little thing to turn over that rock that might present an issue for us? And I think that's what we all want to do. We don't ever want to be unprepared, and we don't want our guys to be unprepared. And so we want them to get good rest and pay attention to their details and again, not think about themselves all the time. However, there are times where you got to be a little bit selfish because you're the best guy, and you want to, if they're going to foul your team, you want it to be you because you're shooting over 90% at the foul line. How am I going to get the ball?
Yeah.
And oftentimes what happens is you want your best player throwing it to your other best player, but oftentimes they're one and the same. I want Joe throwing it to Joe.
Yeah.
How can I figure out how to get that done? Because that's the best passer, but also the best foul shooter. So interesting stuff.
So speaking of agita and being prepared, you threw out the first pitch of the Phillies game the other day. Were you nervous, and how did you prepare in advance?
Well, I'd say I did it 10 years ago at the Phillies as well, and the guy before me, a couple weeks before me, was Herb McGee at Philadelphia College of Textiles and Science.
Legend.
And Herb bounced it up there. I said, I am not doing this. So I practiced that time, and I threw it so hard, I almost threw it over the top of the Fanatic's head. But this time I went out to the LaSalle's baseball field. A couple of those players were out there. I said, yo, grab a glove. I need to practice a little bit. So I threw 100 balls, but I didn't throw it at the rubber. I went about 15 feet in front because I had seen what it was like throwing it from the rubber. I was all over the joint. And then I threw before the game. I threw it to Larry Bowe, and we had a little toss before it. And so I threw him the knuckle curve, and it was right on target. So it was good. It was good. But I was nervous.
Yeah. It was cool that you got to throw it to Larry Bowe. We love Larry. We've had him on the show a million times. And did you guys get to chat before and after?
We did.
Okay.
We did. He and I and Charlie Manuel did we were down on the river one day just kind of doing something with our crew team at Temple, and I had my brother there, which was really a good memory for me. And so we just had a really good time. And Charlie's a beautiful guy. He's great. Bo was as good a shortstop as we've ever had in Philly, and I don't think the guy made very many errors in his whole baseball career in Philly. He was tremendous.
Nick, you pulled up on your screen. I don't know if that already happened or not, but did you go to Pennsbury High School, or are you going to work with the girls' basketball team? That's my high school.
It's coming up. Pennsbury? Yeah. Didn't Frank Ciola take that over?
Oh, yeah, Frank. Yeah, you know Frank?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
I coached a couple of Frank's guys, one of them being Lavoy Allen, who was maybe as good a player as I ever coached.
Yeah, my brother was friends with Lavoy.
Dalton Pepper.
Frank came in when I think I was like a junior or a senior, and he came in to coach. He was the most fun coach, I think. I mean, at least my time there. He would have the entire basketball team at the entrance of the high school. And when the kids would get off the bus and come into the high school, he'd have his team dancing. And if they wouldn't dance, he would dance in the lobby of the school. It was so much fun. And so because he did that, our games were packed. Whether or not they were doing well, everybody still came to the games.
Dorky dad dance.
Yeah, I have video of it. It was like, it kind of looked like he was having a seizure. I don't know exactly what he was doing, but yes.
Yeah, he's a hell of a coach. I don't think he's much of a dancer, but he's a good man, and I enjoyed coaching his guys because you know what? They were prepared.
Yeah. And so Saturday you're doing a clinic this week there at Pennsbury?
It's Saturday the 3rd, May 3rd.
Oh, the 3rd, May 3rd. Okay.
Yeah, so, and it's Coach Dunphy, Phil Martelli's going to be there, Cindy Griffin, and Saturday, May 3rd, it's Pennsbury girls basketball, and there's a coaching clinic at 9 a.m. to noon. And we can share that information as well.
Kathy, when are you inducted into the Pennsbury Hall of Fame?
In October.
In October, so we're a little ways off. From
Yeah,
that. Okay.
yeah.
And good for you, Kathy. Congrats.
Thank you.
April 26th is the Coaches versus Cancer Gala at the Bellevue. We were talking off air, the great venue to have this, and always super well attended. You look forward to these things?
Well, I do.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not a very good dancer. However, it's just great people, and the Philadelphia corporate community has gotten behind this phenomenally over the years, and it's a time for us to all get together. And we get criticized by coaches around the country because when we go out to recruit, we all sit together as Philadelphia coaches. And they say, the hell are you doing? You try to beat the pants off of one another, and you're sitting together here. And oftentimes we're recruiting the same kid.
Yeah.
But it's what happens when you join the Philadelphia community, basketball-wise. You just, you're trying to beat each other up on those given days that you're playing. But after that, the respect is always there. And I think it's and it's the basketball community, and whatever you can do to help it in whatever form that takes, go do it.
Well, we've always loved that.
It's got to be unique in the country. It's got to be unique to this city because, I mean, in all the years that we've encountered you and the other coaches, it's been so much fun. You guys are, to lack of a better term, good people.
Yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? That's just what it comes down to.
And we appreciate it.
Every single time. Well, listen, Coach, it was, we saw news of your retirement and, mixed emotions because we're like, wow, it's tough to see somebody like you hand things over. But then again, you're moving on to another chapter in your life, and we're happy for you as well. But we wanted to get you in here because we've had nothing but great experiences every time we've hung out together, and we just wanted to, pick your brain a little bit and see where you are. But
thanks for having me. I appreciate it very much. Good to be with you guys, and all the very best.
Our pleasure. Congratulations to you. Guys, Fran Dunphy here in our studio. Awesome. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a moment, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
A Pookie is a duct sealant, and that's from Tom from Sheridan P&H.
I like
so
that.
HVAC. Those are some of the terms that they use. Okay. Like I say, I like the sea hair thing.
Well, you know where you find a lot of these too? You'll find them in restaurants, Preston, or people who are working the counter at restaurants. They'll build up a second language so they can assess pain-in-the-ass customers kind of in front of them.
Here's one for you, Steve. Campers. This is exactly from a restaurant thing. Campers are people who will not leave the restaurant. They take up the table for hours and hours.
Oh.
So on this issue, I say go in, do your talking, do your whole thing, do your socializing. But when the meal is done and you're surrounded by the refuse of your meal, I want to leave. I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half.
I know.
Am I a lunatic?
No,
for that?
you're not. But also, what people also need to understand is, a lot of people are not aware of their surroundings. If you're at a restaurant and you notice that there's like a wait, for people to get in and sit down, and then you finish your meal, and then you just hang out. And
You don't have to be slamming everything. Finish it.
No, we're not trying. I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that. But like, if you know that there's a half hour, hour, like this happens down the shore all the time, right?
So a lot of campers, as they would say.
Yeah, but also they don't accept reservations at a lot of places down the shore,
right?
And so there's a lot of waiting. So for me personally, I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. We can go sit on the front porch.
Right. All right, here's some other ones coming in. So somebody who's, I guess, works in a liquor store says people who go into the liquor store right when they open are called the Breakfast Club.
That's great.
You know what? What's another one? One of our favorite phrases forever has been an occupational phrase. The lot lizard.
Yep. I got a couple of texts about the lot lizard.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the auto industry, a BFH is short for Big Effin' Hammer. This is police officer says, okay, a badge bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeps with officers?
Yeah, there's women, I'm sure men too, that dig a uniform, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a badge bunny, I haven't heard that one before.
Women who are turned on by police uniforms. Yeah.
Yep.
I might have been a badge bunny in my day.
Oh, yeah?
Really now?
Oh, yeah, you've admitted that. You like that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR if you want to call in with your work speak, something we may not know. I'm going to go to Will. Hang on, I'll come back to that, Nick.
Okay.
Hi, Will, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. What's up, my man?
So I wanted to talk about the IBH teacher thing because I'm a music teacher in Montgomery County, and so a couple years ago I had a student. I teach orchestra, and you would never think this from orchestra kids, but it happened. A couple years ago, student came in, sat down, and he says, "I have a question. What do you think the worst note on the violin is? Which is the one that is the worst note?" And I said, without hesitation, it's the high F on the E string. I said, because when it's out of tune, it's horrible. It makes me cringe and all that. And without hesitation, and he actually dropped the F-bomb, he goes, "So would you say it's F'd up?" And the class starts laughing, and all I could do was turn around because I started laughing.
Oh, no.
Okay. And I looked at the kid, and I said, "I'm supposed to be angry with you for dropping." I said, "But that's pretty. That's pretty funny."
That's IBH.
And cool. I mean, good for you for just kind of letting it slide. It was. I mean, it was like it wasn't kindergarten. They were.
Yep.
I just pulled the old major league. Great catch. Don't ever let that happen again.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
But you
Will.
do it again, you're suspended.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so Nick has this one, and this is these are guys working on a construction site, and they call out, and I've mentioned something like this before. They'll yell out, "Caulk gun," when a sexy woman walks by.
Oh, okay.
So that's just a phrase. That's just code.
Yeah.
So my uncle was a chef, and it was like table 23.
Okay.
Was the code when a hot girl would come in. Table 23, because they didn't have a table 23.
Oh, okay.
They would
Table
call that
23.
out, and they would say that. And,
So if you're-
and they would look out into the restaurant.
This is another one along those lines. This is for restaurant industry.
Soup table 4, which means hot chick table 4.
Soup
Okay.
table. So you do these things.
table.
This has replaced, of course, the much and rightfully maligned wolf whistle.
Right, exactly. And it's not for them to know. The wolf whistle would be whistling at
exactly
the person and get a reaction. This is just amongst the workers there, just to take note.
A discreet assessment. So what is the what was your
like table 23?
Table 23.
There was whatever table didn't exist. It was like one number above the actual amount of tables they had there. And that would cause the cooking staff to all look up and see an attractive woman walking in. All right, let me go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, so I worked on golf courses my whole life, and used to be a summertime disease called brown patch that would really destroy the grass. So we would have whenever there was a hot girl playing, we'd name it Pink Patch. So we'd all have radios, and we'd say Pink Patch.
Pink Patch.
On number 2 fairway. You might want to go check it out.
Wow.
All right.
Well, look, this seems to be a common topic here.
Having a code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pink patch.
All right, thanks. And I wonder if ladies have that for a hot guy that walks in, if there's a code phrase that they will use as well. What does this one say?
Do they have one at Floral and Hardy, Kathy?
All right, here's one in the military. Somebody who screws everyone over is known as a blue falcon in the military, which means buddy effer.
Oh.
So he screws your pal over. All right. We'll go over to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning. Is your name Jen? Are you a special ed teacher?
This one is a little.
All right. This one is a little. Okay.
Yeah, you're reading the description there.
Okay, we're skipping that one?
Yeah, I would skip that one.
Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Maybe it was better.
Spanking it in school. I will go next to, let's see, I have Dan on the line. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Dan R?
Yes. Dan R. What's up, buddy?
We have a whole list of terminology we use at work. And if you got to take a notch out of something, I'm a carpenter. It needs Ralph Macchio.
That's great.
Back to the sea hare thing. We had a guy on site that didn't realize it was a sea hare and thought it was a sea hare like the ocean. We laughed for like a day. And every time somebody needed a sea hare off, we'd all just start talking like pirates.
Well, Dan, you have a couple others that are listed up here. Give us some more in the Ralph Macchio vein.
If you got to move it a little bit, it's a smidge Pinciotti. A little shot to that 70s show.
All right.
You got Flib Tyler, John Travolta, if you got a bolt.
Oh, my God.
Travolta.
I love John Travolta.
That is great. I love it.
You need a pack out. It's a Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on.
It makes it fun. Yeah.
And do they come up, just off the cuff a lot of times?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
You too, man.
There's a lot of code for hot women walking into certain places.
Apparently.
All right. So here's one for this person works at Primo's Hoagies. It says, we used to say, can you check the chicken? When a good-looking woman would walk in.
I wonder how many times people actually checked the chicken before they realized what was going on. There's no chicken.
Let's see. I will go to, let's go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so I do tree work. Just Rob from Bucks County, do tree work. And if, climbing the tree, if you need to get out on the limb, so you got to walk away from the trunk. So you're tied in. You got to walk all the way out on the limb to prune something. But somebody's too scared to walk out on the limb or inexperienced. They stay really close to the trunk, and we call them a crotch cricket.
A crotch
cricket. So explain.
Cricket. Because the union of the branch that comes off of the tree is called a crotch.
Okay.
So we call it a crotch a lot of times.
Okay.
So if you're too scared, your knees are shaking, a guy that don't have experience, I can't walk out the limb. It's like, get out on the limb, you crotch cricket.
I'd laugh so much. I think I would go out just because it's so pleasant. Yeah.
That's great.
Crotch cricket.
Awesome,
I love it. Thanks, Rob.
Cool. All right,
Come on, you crotch cricket, move it. All right, we need to go to Sharon because here's when a hot guy comes in. We have something at a restaurant. Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, what type of work do you do?
Well, this is when I was working at a deli, and me and my friends, when a hot guy would walk in, we would say, "That's a Bob."
That's a Bob.
And then one guy would come in all the time, and my girlfriend would say, "That's a Bob," and I would be like, "No, no way." Well, she ended up marrying him.
Wow.
And she always said, "I never had to worry about you, like you're my husband, because you didn't like him from the beginning."
That's a Bob.
And it's it's fun having that second language. I'm sure you share a language with your wife, Preston, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying
it's
to
the same thing.
And I can't think of any terminology right now, but we definitely have some things that we will say that are some sort of code speak.
We back in my pot smoking days, and my kids are listening. Whatever. I don't smoke pot anymore. We would
just to be clear.
But when we were like on the phone, we'd be like, "Yo, is Bob coming over?" And Bob was the hey, you hanging out with Bob tonight? Are you bringing Bob with you?
Oh,
yeah.
So, but pot you probably shouldn't smoke, right?
Yeah.
The more you know. The more you know.
See, I stepped in with that PSA.
But, dude, I did have a friend who was, like, totally not even discreet about it. He'd be like, because you would just try and use it in, hey, is Bob coming over? Hey, bring Bob with you. Like, hey. But he'd be like, hey, is Bob going to be
you're
there?
making it sound suspicious anyway.
And when I say Bob, I mean Pod.
Yeah.
If you're young, best to stay away from that stuff.
I was an adult.
All right, here's Tech says, at summer camp, we'd call hot sisters or moms Stanley, and hot brothers or dads were Stacy's.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, it says, yo, did you see that Stanley at archery as an example? So I think, wouldn't it be the other way around? The hot
maybe they meant
moms and sisters would be Stacy's.
Maybe they're being sneaky.
Or maybe they were being sneaky. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? And it hasn't aged well, Preston. In the movie Clueless, they refer to hot guys as a Baldwin.
A Baldwin.
And right now, that would not really hold up.
Here's another one that says, we work with cars. There's a viral TikTok of workers making monkey noises when management is coming.
That's not discreet.
We work with cars. Explorers are exploders. Toyotas are Toy Yoda. Well, it's the same.
Yeah.
Tacomas are tacos, and Ford Escapes are escapee. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, so they use little phrases for different products. I'm going to go to Matt. We're talking about at work jargon. Yo, Matt, good morning.
9 times.
9 times.
Yes.
9 times?
9
wow.
times.
9 times.
9 times.
Matt, what's up, man?
All right, so I'm a union electrician, right? And when we're on a job, if we got a foreman that'll spend like every second of every work day just staring at you while we work, we call him a bird dog.
A bird dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. And would a bird dog know what that means, or is that just your own your group of guys' language?
Oh, no, they know what it means.
They know what it means. All right,
They
gotcha.
absolutely know.
It's a standard industry term. All right, thanks, Matt.
Matter of fact, a lot of us have stickers on our hard hats that have like a pointer hound with the circle and the line through it.
With a line.
No bird
through it.
dogs.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Let me go over to. Thank you, Kathy. So we're about like a minute and a half before we can reveal our next special keyword for Preston and Steve's 20 money. So that's coming up in a moment. And so I've got. Hold on.
What?
No, we have a big friggin' deal.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to mention this because I just saw another email about that through the company. This week's big friggin' deal is it's a half off thing. So you get a $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for $25.
It's pretty amazing.
So you can go to WMMR.com/deals, enter that, in the URL as the URL, WMMR.com/deals. Pardon me. And you can take advantage of that deal. $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for just $25. And they celebrate Philly's vibrant culture and rich history and expertly crafted beer that pays tribute to the spirit of Philadelphia. And then another thing I will mention from earlier this morning, I'd said this, but I just want to reiterate this, that we have live band karaoke returning to the MMRBQ. The Preston and Steve Show side stage will be in full effect. And we are taking audition videos right now. And we will choose 10 people to be our performers. Maybe more. There might be more.
It's quite possible.
Considering maybe even more. We'll see about that. But you need to sign up for this by sending us a YouTube link of you singing, which is very, very simple to set up. And we are going to choose winners. And each of those winners will get 4-pack of tickets to MMRBQ. And then they'll get to perform at the MMRBQ on the side stage with an amazing band, Sidearm. They can play pretty much anything for you. And you can get the information at WMMR.com, and all of that is coming up on Saturday, May 10th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And a reminder, too, that there's a special package deal, an MMR 4-pack for $100 if you want to get tickets. Now, it does not work if you buy them as 4 separate tickets. You have to get the MMR 4-pack to get the special deal. I said Eric sent out a breakdown of how it works via email the other day, and it's going to save you $40 in fees.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, so go to WMMR.com and you can get the information there. So I would like to congratulate a young woman named Amber Friel. She's from Belmar, New Jersey, and she won $1,000 for Preston and Steve's 20 money. That was from the 8 o'clock hour. She's at work, so she couldn't call in to claim her prize, but we did verify that it is her, and she won $1,000. Let's be calling out your name next.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. Bear watch. It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 money keyword.
All right, that keyword is race. R-A-C-E, race. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. And we can have you do that through the MMR app or at WMMR.com, or you can text to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner will get a pair of MMRBQ tickets to boot. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, let me give you that word. It's RACE, R-A-C-E. Enter that now if you want to win $1,000.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Primo Hoagie's Bluegrass. Don't miss the grand reopening this Saturday. First 100 people in line get a free Primo size hoagie, and then $9.99 Primo size hoagies all day for Primo Perks members only. So it's Primo Hoagie's Bluegrass. So just wanted to pass that along. Yeah. All right. So when I first saw the headline for this last night, I thought it was kind of a joke headline. It is not. Turns out that it is real. Dire wolves are no longer a thing of fantasy. Colossal Biosciences revealed that it has successfully brought the species first made popular as the sigil of House Stark in Game of Thrones back from extinction after taking DNA from a 13,000-year-old tooth and a 72,000-year-old skull and a healthy direwolf and making healthy direwolf puppies.
I thought it was a joke as well, Preston, when I first saw the headline pop up, but right now they look adorable.
I didn't even know that they were real. I thought that Game of Thrones,
Created?
R.R. Martin made it up for the story, but because in the show, they come across one and it's rare and it's giant, Steve. It's not like the size of a horse.
Yeah.
But just shy of that. They're really, really big. And I have no idea. I think these things can get up to about 150 pounds or something like that. Wow. So they're sizable.
They're not Game of Thrones big, but they're big.
So now the dire wolf walks the earth again after being extinct for over 10,000 years. 3 pups named Romulus, Remus, and Khaleesi.
Ah, there you go.
Now live in a secret 2,000-acre preserve. Lord of the Rings director Peter Jackson even loaned his $1.5 million Iron Throne prop for a photo op with the pups. And Game of Thrones author George R.R. Martin noted the breed of wolves have a rich history of contributing to the American ecosystem and aided the team as a cultural advisor and investor.
Yeah, so I just looked this up because it just sounded familiar, but there is a Grateful Dead song called Dire Wolf, and George R.R. Martin is a huge Grateful Dead fan.
Well, the Circle of Life, Simba.
There's a bunch of Dead references all throughout the series.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. All right, moving on to another story. Mr. Chen, a 30-year-old retired boxer from China, has been evicted twice this year due to his unconventional pet. He has a black buffalo calf that he's given the gentle-sounding name of Bull Demon King.
Does this guy know about the dire wolves?
He thought about getting a dog at first, but Chen says that he picked the buffalo to symbolize his commitment to hard work without becoming overburdened.
That's my buffalo.
Despite the challenges of urban buffalo ownership,
I would imagine there are plenty,
including cleaning and space constraints, Chen remains devoted to his pet, sharing their daily life on social media, while some criticize his motives. Chen asserts that his genuine affection for Bull Demon King and continues to seek pet-friendly housing.
How does he keep it from barking, Preston?
To keep them together. He's got a collar, one of those collars that he puts on him. So, St. Peter's Anglican Church in Shipley, England, has introduced Wrestling Church, an event that combines professional wrestling with Christian messages. The initiative is led by 37-year-old Gareth Thompson, who credits both pro wrestling and his faith with transforming his life.
Time to talk about the Lord, brother.
Thompson believes that the dramatic narratives of wrestling, often depicting the struggle between good and evil,
Yeah, that's kind of like wrestling.
align seamlessly with biblical stories such as David and Goliath.
Brother.
During these events, the church's traditional setting, complete with stained glass windows, becomes the backdrop for wrestling. The Reverend Natasha Thompson, Thomas, the priest in charge at St. Peter's, acknowledges that while this approach is unconventional, it has successfully drawn a diverse audience that includes families and wrestling enthusiasts.
Do you know what Kane had? A brother.
Reverend Thomas says that the events are giving the congregation a new sense of community within the church.
Well, it's interesting.
It is.
It seems unconventional.
There's not one of us who wouldn't love to find a way to get rich quick. And in Turkey, a group of scammers has been arrested for preying on that desire by creating fake treasure maps. Reports say the complex crime operation spanned over 9 Turkish provinces, and dozens of scammers worked together to dupe victims for around $1.3 million. The scammers would allegedly travel to rural areas of the country with artificially aged, hand-drawn, and highly detailed maps that supposedly led to a treasure of untold riches.
Sure, I'd buy a treasure map.
The ruse went further, though, with the con artist staying in contact with their excited marks, who'd said they'd found gold statues and coins during their quest, to which the scammers would then put the victims in contact with priests to verify the authenticity of the finds.
Of course, the question one would ask is, if you're in possession of all these treasure maps, why aren't you yourself going to get the treasure?
Then because selling the artifacts was risky, the scammers then offered to sell the goods in exchange for an upfront fee. So they had a full scam that was going on. In the past week, there have been 2 different instances of drug-sniffing dogs finding contraband hidden in human crevices in Texas.
Oh, man.
First, on March 30th, an unidentified 26-year-old male citizen of the U.S. was interviewed by officers at the Yellowstone International pedestrian crossing. That interview led to a secondary exam where dogs caught a whiff of the 2 packages of meth that he had strategically stored between his ass cheeks.
I hate being a dog.
Then the next day, at the same port of entry, dogs once again caught the scent of drugs coming from the backside of an unidentified 41-year-old U.S. citizen also entering the country from Mexico.
We're looking at the some of the things that were up the butts.
Yeah,
this looks like a squash.
Though he refused a medical exam, officers believe that he had something unsavory lurking within his anal cavity.
Don't we all?
After waiting it out, the man eventually passed what ended up being 0.31 pounds of fentanyl.
Jesus.
So they waited and they got what they needed to get.
Basically what you could put on the head of a pin could kill someone. They had all that up their ass.
Yep. And then one last story. Cars driving past the Kennedy Center witnessed the unexpected liftoff on an unexpected liftoff on Thursday after a 30-foot tall Mars balloon escaped its moorings and rolled from its place outside the Art Center onto the highway.
Wow.
The planet, famous for its rovers, went roving itself, departing the Kennedy Center's Reach Plaza and rolling east onto the roadway. The balloon is part of the Kennedy Center's Celestial Bodies Earth, Moon, Mars exhibit, which allows viewers to wander the grounds and examine inflatable models of Earth, the Moon, and Mars.
Yeah, the Kennedy Center is closed. Jack should have told you.
At night, the balloons are illuminated from within to make a fun photo op. And after Thursday evening's viral moment, the Mars balloon was quickly retrieved from the highway and returned to the Kennedy Center. No balloon-related injuries were reported as a result of the incident. And yeah, it's pretty funny looking when you see the video. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we will take a break, but not before I remind you what our 20 money word is. It's race. This is your chance to win $1,000. So enter that word race, R-A-C-E, through the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can text the word race to 45911. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to do it. $1,000 up for grabs. Thank you to United Tire and Service for being our sponsor. Come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I don't know who this is. Hi, you're on the air. I have no name for you. You work in a restaurant? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that's you. Hi, what is your...
I'm sorry, I said Amanda, but it's fine.
There we go.
Yeah, so I used to work in a restaurant, as most young kids did before my big girl job, and we used to track mullets. that walked in.
Okay, and how would you
So-
indicate that?
So if you make like an L with your hand, an upside down L was a man mullet, because it's got your fingers pointing down like the back of the mullet.
Oh.
But a regular L was a lady mullet.
Okay.
And so we would put it up on our chest and say 23. And you'd walk by and be like, oh, that's a good, so whenever we saw a mullet, it was like.
So to explain what you're talking about, if you were to do like a hand pistol and point the barrel to the ground, that would be a man mullet.
That's a man mullet.
Okay.
I love it. And then the number was
almost like a loser symbol.
Right.
Gotcha.
And so you would do that and then give a number, and would that coincide with a table?
With the table.
There you go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Amanda.
And frankly, I'm always happy not knowing, obviously this is being carried on away from your knowledge, and that's probably best.
Okay, let me go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Michelle.
I worked overnight at a CVS, and my supervisor and I, we would, I'd be in the front and he'd be in the back, and I would announce a code Q when a hot guy came in, and we would have a game. He would have to go around the store and find who I was talking about.
Find the code Q.
Oh, that's
I love
great. And
Especially in overnight.
So you would do that on the intercom in the store?
Yeah.
That's great.
My supervisor was, gay, and he was always looking for people, and I would just announce, code Q. That was for cutie, and he would have to walk around and find who I was talking about.
Love it.
That's excellent. I love it. That's great. All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, Casey, which line?
2, David.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, David, good morning.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm a juvenile probation officer, and I work in the house arrest with the devices on the ankles.
Okay.
And we get a lot of recidivists. That's the terminology. But usually they like you, and they're being very friendly because they like that somebody's treating them with respect and talking to them and paying attention.
Right.
Or they really hate you and they're angry at you. So we'll call them your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your son or your daughter. Like if it's a female probation officer going out there, oh, your boyfriend's here. Repeat offender.
That's
They keep coming back.
Okay.
That's the standard. Yeah,
So
I've
boyfriend
actually
or
heard that.
girlfriend would be a term for a repeat offender. I gotcha. Makes sense. Nice. All right. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Let's go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Good morning. That's what we do when an attractive person comes into the office.
We're really discreet.
Yeah, very
about
discreet
it.
about it. What's up, Kenny?
How's everybody? Yeah,
Good.
I used to work at a big logistics plant, warehouse type of deal. It was a 100,000 square foot building.
Wow.
And a lot of guys working, packing boxes. And the bosses were tough. They wanted to make sure you're working 1,000,000 miles a minute. And they would walk around at each department, and we had a code. It was 10, like the number 10 when they were coming.
All right.
And we were getting close because the head manager was a tall, slender guy, and the owner was a short, fat guy. So next to each other, they looked like the number 10. So that was our code.
That's excellent.
That's excellent, yes.
Oh, my God.
It's like hot dog and hamburger, right?
Totally. And you call it out, and they would know they'd be on the way. Nice. All right. How about military jargon? We're going to go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy.
I'm listener, first-time caller.
Excellent. Appreciate it, man. All right. You were military, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I was in the military for 6 years, and whenever we did guard duty, we would, somebody who just didn't have any of their stuff together, we'd be like, oh, that's an ID 10 Tango right there.
ID 10 Tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID 10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID 10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is, that was working next to me.
Yep.
We say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of like knew, like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So, and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type of work?
Auto technician.
An auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people like steal the perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out. There are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Demons at 10 o'clock, Preston and Steve radio program. Word of the Week prize this week. Very cool setup for the Metallica shows coming up May 23rd and 25th, and that is a pair of 2-day floor tickets for that event. So we'll get that letter. I don't want you to miss it. Coming up at the end of the program, we will give away that prize on Friday. And by the way, you still have time to enter and win for the 20 money contest that we're doing, because it goes until 25 minutes after the hour. It's 10:17 right now. So if you enter the word race, you can still get in on this right now. So you have just a few minutes left. The word is race, and you can visit the MMR app, WMMR.com. You can text that word to our special contest, short code number 45911, but you got to move on that now. Lesson question time. We're going to give away 4 pack of tickets as MMR rocks Monster Energy AMA Supercross, Saturday, April 12th at the Link. If you think you might know the answer to this, even before I ask it, I ask that you text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333.
Do it.
We will send you today's daily link for our Zoom connection. And then if you do know the answer, you can just click on that link and jump in and get right rolling. So here is the question that we ask you now. What is GLEB short for? We found out earlier this morning. I'll tell you what it's not. It's not Glebra, because that would be silly.
That's stupid. No.
Yeah. What is GLEB short for? That we found out earlier this morning. If you were listening and you heard it, you should call right now and we'll try to get the answer from you. All right, let's do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, following up on a few stories here, Johnny Depp seen dressed as a Mexican bandit filming a new Dior commercial in Valencia, Spain. Depp is pushing his new cologne, which promises to make women crap the bed.
Ooh.
Wow.
Hey!
Sydney Sweeney and Emily Ratajkowski making a special joint appearance in New York to endorse Kerastase, a popular hair care brand. Sweeney and Ratajkowski, who were playfully hugging and stroking each other's hair, reportedly found it difficult to talk over the sound of boners. And finally, disgraced Fyre Festival promoter Billy McFarland still claiming Fyre Festival 2 is taking place south of Cancun, even though the Mexican government says no paperwork has been filed. McFarland is not deterred, though, saying super elite platinum VIP tickets have just gone on sale for $50 trillion. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, looking for the answer to the question, what is GLEB short for? While we're waiting for that to come through, did Marissa isolate this of me?
Yeah, I didn't tell her to do
This
that.
is when my
it was Sam, actually.
My voice cracked. It was Sam.
Mhm.
Well, I thank you, Sam.
You thought you had an ally with that guy.
I'll play this for you. Here, Russ. Brought to you by... wow. I was trying to say brought to you by... Brought to you by... wow. Brought to you by...
Wow.
My voice has been cracking a lot lately.
It's your rib.
I think it's puberty.
Yeah.
Maybe. I
Second
noticed more
puberty?
hair in my area.
Do you go through like another form of puberty on
I
the
guess
downhill?
Maybe
Yeah.
that's what it is, Kath.
Your voice gets even higher.
But no, lately I've been catching my voice crack from time to time. I'm like, what the hell is that all about?
Yeah, if you listen to recordings of us, even when we've started here vocally, there's there's a fair amount of difference.
The old video, audio of Pierre as well. Yeah.
My freshman year physical science teacher, his voice cracked every single class, at least one time. It always cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have someone who wants to chime in and try to win the prize, and the question is, what is Gleb short for? And believe it or not, we have Santa Claus.
Hey!
Santa's got to go.
That's what I've been told anyway. Santa, are you there? He's muted.
There we go.
Okay.
Am I? Is this Santa Claus?
Yeah, now it's Santa Claus. Hi.
I forgot I had this name on here.
That's what it says.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to give us a different name?
I'll stick with Santa.
All right, that's fair enough. All right, Santa, what is Gleb short for?
Is it Glebica?
Not Glebica. No, sorry about that. Incorrect. And we had said Glebra.
Is incorrect.
Was wrong. There was a wholly different one.
Yeah.
So we'll wait. We'll start music news. If you know,
okay, hang on.
Reach back into us. Reach back out to us.
Put your hands up our asses.
And we will see if you can win.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Primo Hoagie's Bluegrass.
Which I just did a little bit of research. It's a Bluegrass shopping center in Northeast Philadelphia.
Oh,
yeah.
So they should probably put that there.
Yeah.
All right, Bluegrass Shopping Center. Don't miss the grand reopening this Saturday. First 100 people in line get a free Primo size hoagie, then $9.99 Primo size hoagies all day for Primo Perks members only. This was sad news to see. Clem Burke, drummer for Blondie, has passed away. He had been battling cancer. A statement from the band shares it is with a profound sadness that we relay news of the passing of our beloved friend and bandmate Clem Burke following a private battle with cancer. Clem was not just a drummer. He was the heartbeat of Blondie. His talent, energy, and passion for music were unmatched. And his contributions to our sound and success are immeasurable. And they said that the drummer contributed to all four of Blondie's #1 singles in the U.S., Heart of Glass, Call Me, The Tide is High, and Rapture as well. Excuse me. I remember seeing a video not that long ago of this song, actually, of Call Me. I think they might have been on Saturday Night Live playing, and it was focused in on Clem and how intense of a drummer he was.
Yeah,
I mean, like, he really played hard. And you don't think of Blondie naturally as having, complex drum parts and everything, but he's one of those guys that kind of hit it well. Like, and that's what a good drummer can do. They can be doing some really cool things, and you don't even notice it because it's a part of the fabric of the music. And
yeah, but if you were to take it out, you would certainly notice. Chris Stein, right? He had been sick years ago. He's fine. Did not know that he had a cancer issue.
Yeah.
Clem.
Clem Burke.
I
So
say Clem.
No, that's Clem.
I know, it's infected my brain.
So that was sad news to pass along. Pete Best, speaking of drummers, first drummer of the Beatles, before Ringo Starr, is retiring from performing. Best's younger brother, Rogue Best, shared the news on social media saying, well, what an absolutely wonderful ride we've had. However, everything comes to pass. My brother, Pete Best, has announced today he's retiring from personal appearances and performing with the group. His daughters informed me it is due to personal circumstances.
Press, I don't know the history here, but was Pete Best kicked out of the band, or did he quit the band?
He was kicked out of the band. Okay. I mean, he was. It was a couple of things. Like he was a substandard drummer. Okay. Some people crap on Ringo because he's not a very dynamic drummer, but Ringo, in his heyday, was better than Pete Best technically as a drummer, and I still think Ringo was a great drummer. And there were some internal struggles. Like he and John apparently didn't get along very well. And
he was considered kind of I guess, a pretty boy, right?
That was one of the rumors that maybe he was taking some of the attention away from the others. But the bottom line is he wasn't a good enough of a drummer.
You're not good. We don't like you, and you're terrible. You're not the best. You're just mid.
And plus, Ringo, believe it or not, was he was well known in that Liverpool community of music. The whole Merseyside thing. He was kind of on his way up with it was Rory and the Oh, man. Rory and the Hurricanes he played for, and they were like a rising act.
Okay. He was considered a bit of a get, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And so that's why he was desirable to the Beatles.
That's right.
But he responded with, Pete had responded saying, I had a blast, thank you. Best Family had owned the Casbah Coffee Club where the Beatles put on some of their first shows, by the way.
I did love the fact that he had a record that was best of the Beatles. I thought that was pretty ingenious.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yep. The Doobie Brothers are celebrating the release of their new album, Walk This Road, with a special concert event. It's called The Special Evening with the Doobie Brothers live in concert, and it will be June 6th at New York City's Irving Plaza. The same day of the album's release, by the way, and the iconic lineup of Tom Johnson, Patrick Simmons, John McPhee, and Michael McDonald will take the stage to play some of the legendary band's biggest hits, along with selections from the new project.
So Pete Best got into trouble trying to release an album called The Best of the Doobie Brothers.
But because he had technically nothing to do with that band whatsoever.
Gotta give him an A for effort, though.
It worked once.
Yeah.
Tickets for the show go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern time.
I love this guitar, man.
Oh, it's so great.
So good.
Yeah. Did you watch the Art Rock documentary? Isn't it great?
It is.
So
but you know
well
what? I actually didn't watch the very end. Like, I know.
Oh, you got to see
it.
it.
That's the money shot. I know.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
All right. And then one last story. Sting is dropping a live album featuring performances of both solo hits and songs from his days with the Police. Sting Live 3.0 will be available digitally on CD and on 180-gram vinyl with the exclusive Record Store Day Deluxe Edition out April 12th.
Does this mean our good buddy's going to call us again?
I hope so.
I mean, we've already talked to him twice. It's clear we have a friendship forged in fire.
Recorded during his Sting 3.0 World Tour with longtime guitarist Dominic Miller and drummer Chris Maz. The album is a 9-song collection of Sting's greatest hits, including Be Still My Beating Heart, which has never before been released as a live version. For more Sting and Police goodness, you'll have to buy the exclusive limited edition Record Store Day Deluxe Edition 2 LP set, which consists of 17 tracks showcasing live versions and never before seen released live tracks as well. So that's coming out. And that is what I have in music news for you. All right, we are going to go to a Zoomer and see if they happen to know the answer to today's lesson question, which is, what is Gleb short for? And this time around, we're going to go to Michael. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man?
Hey, how are you guys?
Awesome, buddy. All right, so what is Gleb short for?
Glebowitz.
Glebowitz!
Yes!
That is correct, sir. I want you to hang on, Mike. We are going to give you, my friend, a 4-pack of tickets to MMR Rocks Monster Energy AMA Supercross. That is Saturday, April 12th at Lincoln Financial Field. And you can witness the world's elite dirt bike riders battle for the coveted title of Supercross champion. Tickets are on sale now. Visit supercrosslive.com for all of the details.
And it appears that this Mike is a Batman fan. Are you, Mike?
Sure am.
All right, we got Batman Returns and another poster. All right, thumbs up for me on that. What is
Excellent.
it? Oh, there we go. Cool. Got to see the other one. Very nice.
All right, thanks, bud. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap up our show when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Susie, thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All he is. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
Then this was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my God, that's
my
really funny.
Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her and her staff now use those throughout the hospital. as
So
well.
P,
hey,
Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is
poop.
Crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love
and
that,
if there was a
Dave.
Throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew
yep.
it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh,
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I have a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we were working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
And then if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with two legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You
It's
never
possible.
know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
she's a character.
In Conshohocken. Yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like... Yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's... They put these people in this... I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that. Okay. And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay. So you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top two that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. But they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And the circle, and it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, if in a show, listen, with all this going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, But hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. Yeah, this kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
Well,
it.
you're not
but
watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and everything. But all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I have not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah. Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up, the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston?
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here, if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go.
Yeah.
A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. Rounding us out musically today on 93.3 WMMR tonight.
Hot date.
10:39. Here we are, Tuesday morning, and windy and cold today. Although sunshine, we keep getting this trade-off thing where it'll be dismal and kind of depressing to look at, and then it turns sunny, but it gets cold and windy. So we get this, it looks nice, but it's not nice to go out into thing. That's kind of summed up this winter and now to a portion of spring.
If you go out, though, and you start hiking and moving around, it can be nice. I think I need a lot of sun now.
Yeah.
Had too much of the gray sky.
Yeah.
Not good.
Tomorrow we'll have continued sun. Today cooler than tomorrow. The high only 51. I think less breezy, which will be a little bit better. And then Thursday, clouds and 51. Then Friday, rain and 51, then showers on Saturday, high 48. So, is what it is. I would like to thank our guest today. Coach Fran Dunphy was here.
Yeah.
He is just a class act, a nice guy who has done some great work in Philadelphia, not only in leading basketball teams, but leading young people into, their future.
Yes.
He's such a great guy.
High success rate.
Yep.
Our buddy Jay Wright was listening to the interview. He texted me afterwards, and he said that Fran Dunphy should be mayor of Philadelphia.
Yeah. He's one of the best. And don't forget that they have their Coaches versus Cancer basketball gala coming up Saturday, April 26th at the Bellevue. And you can go to PhiladelphiaBasketballGala.org to get information on that, or just do a quick search on Coaches versus Cancer. There's nothing else like it in the country. Filled day today.
Good day, my children.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, kids. You were sharing recipes for sourdough in the kitchen a moment ago.
Yes, I was.
I said, I heard you say, how often do you feed it? And I go, but then I'm thinking, is there an animal or a child involved here? And then you're talking about feeding sourdough bread.
Yes.
How do you feed it?
So there's this thing called a starter.
I want to know.
And it's essentially the basis for what will eventually become the dough that you're using, and it has to be kept alive. The yeast in there has to feed on whatever yeast feeds on to make it what its awesomeness. So and if you make sourdough bread, starter is something you hang on to from each batch. And you continue making more of it as you make your bread.
Okay.
It's a process, man. It is crazy how involved it is.
I'm going to get it right out there and start it up.
I'll bet you are.
need to.
I'm going to make, it looks like milk. Anyway.
But it grows. It's interesting.
I think with your attention to detail, I think this would work.
Thank you, Steve. All right.
All right. Yeast eat sugar and produce byproducts, including carbon dioxide.
And yeast poop.
And alcohol as well.
Does that contribute to global climate change?
It gets rid of it. Beer.
Oh, it gets rid of it.
Yes.
It eats up the carbon.
Exactly.
Excellent. All right, good. Now we're cooking with sourdough.
Let's see. Oh, you know what? Casey pointed this out. It's Tuesday. We got to give away our tattoos.
Yes, you do.
I would like to congratulate Rich Schofield of Philadelphia. Yeah. Rich is going to get a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And this whole thing is sponsored by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Check out their artwork samples, floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So congratulations, Rich. Get your Preston and Steve tattoo on, my brother. Letter of the day, Pierre?
Yes, please.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
I as in Italy.
I as in Italy. All right, and we will give away on Friday a pair of 2-day floor tickets as MMR rocks Metallica May 23rd and 25th, Lincoln Financial Field. Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills. I keep wanting to say 9 Inch Nails. And Ice 9 Kills opening night number 1, and then Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies opening the second show. Single day tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. It's a no repeat weekend with 2 different sets performing in the round and with different openers each night. So we give that away on Friday. What's happening today, sir?
Well, we have The Word coming again at noon. The 20 Money Cat. Is that how we're saying it? 20 Money. 20 Money.
20 Money.
20 Money. Okay. In honor of your 20 years, which is cool. I've got another Word at noon. And we'll also have a workforce box of the Eagles and the Clash and 3 Days Grace. And another pair of tickets for that beautiful show called Slayer. Slayer.
Yeah. So you're giving those away all week, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
You're a badass.
Family show.
Yeah. Oh, no. By the way, Marissa Magnotta created a video that is on our Instagram account that I was laughing my ass off out yesterday. I watched it like 3 times in a row. She added all of this artwork to it. It is hilarious. If you get a chance, see that
Ian,
our Preston and Steve Show Instagram.
Ian Fidance, stand-up comedian. We've had him in the studio a couple different times. He loved the video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's great.
So where did the concept of yelling the name come from? I mean, it's,
Okay, so
because you got Motorhead, you got Kill Your Mother, you got those
I remember
bands like that.
I remember being at
Armored Saint.
Ozfest with friends of mine who are headbangers, and they were like, "Dude, if you go into the bathroom at any event, especially in Ozfest, and just yell Slayer, people will start shouting Slayer, almost like starting an Eagles chant."
It gets a response, and Slayer alone above all else, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was at the Tower Theater one time when Kiss was playing, and it was their Without Makeup tour, and it was at their worst, quite frankly. But they were happy. But I snuck down. I was by myself, and I'd never seen Kiss, and I snuck into this aisle, and this motorcycle guy was there, and he just gave me this nasty look, and I turned to him, and I looked at the band, and I go, "Effing A," and he goes, "Welcome."
Yeah, that's all you needed to do.
So sometimes just the way you
Effing
say
A,
it.
yeah. Nice.
So I just wondered where the yelling of the name Slayer comes from.
Don't know. It's what Slayer fans do.
The folklore of Slayer.
Yep, exactly. All right, let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve program today has been brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And brought to you by Rena Center. Don't miss the biggest discount going on now through April 12th. So tomorrow, this is going to be a chunky program for a Wednesday morning. We'll do a Fox Good Day check-in. Our friend Kevin Smith is going to be checking in via Zoom tomorrow because he's got an appearance coming up next month.
Awesome.
In the area. And actress Terry Polo will be on the show, too.
Meet the Parents.
She's great. And we'll find out who else we can touch base with and do tomorrow morning. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.